What's going on, everybody? Let's try this again. Thanks for coming and hanging out. I'm your host, D Zombie. Brain. And I'm going to be here for the next couple hours. So, with that being said, let's get the all the other stuff out of the way, and we can get right into the show. And I will post the link.
Hi there, everybody. There's a bird's nest behind me, and that bird is telling you that, first of all, before anything else on the show is for adults only, 21 and over. Wherever you are, if the rules are a little bit different, if you have to be 23 or 24 or something else, please follow your local rules. Where I am, it's 21 and over to be an adult, so please do follow those rules. The show is not for children. It is for adults only. Please also remember that the show is completely and totally drug-free. We do not actually purvey any kind of drugs of any kind. You cannot get drugs from this show of any kind. You cannot buy them. You cannot borrow them. You cannot steal them. You cannot get them bequeathed to you. You cannot get drugs from this show. So please do not bother reporting this show for purveying drugs or anything else. You cannot, in any way, get drugs from the show. There's no secret menu. There's no super secret menu. There's no other way to get any kind of illegal product from my show. Also, please remember, we're doing this a little bit impromptu, so please bear with us, ladies and gentlemen, for the bird squawks and everything else. Extremely dangerous challenges are not shown on the show. Challenges that pose an imminent risk of physical injury are never shown. Dangerous or threatening pranks are also never shown on the show. Pranks that lead victims to fear imminent, serious physical danger or that create serious emotional distress in minors. Instructions to kill or harm are never shown on the show, showing viewers how to perform activities meant to kill or maim others. For example, giving instructions to build a bomb meant to injure or kill others. Hard drug use or its creation is never shown on the show. Content that depicts abuse of or giving instructions on how to create hard drugs, such as cocaine or opioids. Hard drugs are defined as drugs that can mostly lead to physical addiction. I add the proviso that sometimes you'll hear people on the show interact or have tell stories about how they have interacted in one way or the other with some drugs, cocaine, opioids, other drugs in their past. Please always assume that those are negative portrayals, those are cautionary tales, and you should never under any circumstances emulate those stories. It's the position of Fumidor and Fumidor and the Flavours, everyone on Fumidor and all of the guests, that drugs are bad and you should not under any circumstances emulate those stories. And of course, my phone locked while I was talking. Instructional theft or cheating is never shown, ladies and gentlemen. Showing viewers how to steal tangible goods or promoting dishonest behavior would never be discussed on the show. Hacking is never shown. Demonstrating how to use computers or information technology with the intent to steal credentials, compromise personal data, or cause serious harm to others, such as but not limited to hacking into social media accounts. And finally, bypassing payment for digital content or services, showing viewers how to use apps, websites, or other information technology to gain unauthorized access to audio content, audiovisual content, full video games, software, or streaming services that normally require payment. We would never discuss any of those things. Finally, once again, ladies and gentlemen, the show is, of course, for adults only, and of course, we do not under any circumstances offer drugs to you. Even though other channels might have secret menus, we do not. We under no circumstances can you find anything illegal in the show. The cannabis content that we do discuss is legal under the 2018 Farm Bill, and the seeds that we purvey also are legal. All the breeders that come through the show, it's legal for us to purvey seeds because the seeds have no THC in them, so they are legal under the 2018 Farm Bill. Thanks, folks, for bearing with the introduction of the prologue here. We've recorded it maybe for the future. I don't know if it's good enough.
Thank you, Fumidor, for that awesome disclaimer. We'll go right into share. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to check out Fumidoro.com, Fumes of Gold, and all that other good stuff to get yourself some awesome genetics and also some awesome merch. Be sure to check out Fumidoro.com. He's got some awesome different breeding lines. And of course, he's got the Morgana. He's got my favorite right now, the Lime River Rose. He's got a whole bunch. I'm gonna try the Figment because look how nice that looks. That's a pretty looking plant, isn't it? He's got lots of different stuff you can choose from. Let's see what else. Yeah, gaffer tape. Believe that is Gorilla Glue strain crossed with something. I don't hold me to it. I think it's like Coot Special or something like that. Don't hold me to it. You'd have to ask Fumidor. And then we'll go right into. He also has some merchandise. Be sure to check out his merchandise. There he is, right there, Mr. Fumidoro. He's got awesome shirts. They're comfy. They're nice. They're very comfy, actually. So get yourself some Fumidoro wear. And at that price, like, geez, you can't beat that price right there. 18.10, 19 a quarter maybe for some shirts. Lots of different colors to choose from, like that fireman's red. I like the camouflage green myself, with a camel color. And I'm just gonna keep scrolling, and I'm trying to find. There's my shirt I have right now. Of course, the Lime River Rose shirt. It's a really awesome strain that is really good. Lots of lime flavors and terpy as fuck. And we're just gonna keep scrolling because I'm gonna show you what I'm gonna be picking up next off of Fumidor.com. Besides probably some mugs, because I always drink coffee. You know me, coffee drinker and brain drinker. But right there, get yourself the high noon safety meeting. Brain Team D brains. Awesome, awesome. So be sure to use the coupon code brains. BRAINZ for discount on the genetics only. The discount code will not work for the merchandise or Gauge Green genetics. There I am. Okay. Just bear with me one more second, guys, and I'm going to post the link in the chat. And then I'll be able to look in the chat and see who's in there. Go. There's the link. I'm going to pin it. There we go, pinned. So there we go. Who's in the chat? Here, let's see. You're smashed. Well, that's smashed in. Let's see who's in the chat tonight. Crime More Grows. Pardon the dank show. Hey, pardon the dank. Long time no see. Didn't I see you last night somewhere else? St. Peter Running. Atomic Spoon. Cheers, legend. Ice. Mr. Robert Greenfingers, which was first in the chat today. Good job, Mr. Greenfingers. That's not a green finger, but I guess that will do. I hope everybody had a great week. I'm going to be here, like I said, for the next couple hours till about 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. That's about 9 o'clock Israeli time, which is also like 10 o'clock Pacific, I believe. Something like that. Anyhow. How's everybody's week been so far? And how's everyone's weekend? And what's everybody smoking on tonight? Smash looks like he's stuck in limbo. Uh-oh. Hope he's not stuck in limbo. Interesting. Well, I'll just have to wait a second to see if smashed pictures and shit. There we go. Thank you, Mr. D. I'll have a quick puff of this now. Oh shit. Don't drop it. Yeah, I was watching the LA what's it called? The LA News or whatever, and then or Northern, yeah, it was LAX whatever it is, news, and I seen Pardon the Day. I'm like, yeah, that's crazy. What's going on, Bud Kilowatt? Yeah, no shit, Green Fingers. I'm smoking some cannabis too. You're funny. Hey, Smashed. Mm-hmm.
What's up?
Oh, nice. Try more. That's awesome. Nice. Sunset Driver. I forget what I'm smoking on right now. I'd have to actually look. Because all mine is usually, after I order it, it comes up as a number. They don't even label it. They number the shit. So come on and join us. I think that's all the announcements I have for now. Oh! Ow. One last announcement before I forget. It's a real quick one. I just remembered. Let me just pull it up. Just a reminder to everybody that this Halloween, if you ever see a blue bucket, it could be an autistic person that doesn't talk, or it might be nonverbal, might be partially verbal. But if you see the blue bucket, give a piece of candy to them. I'm sure they really appreciate it. How's it going, Smash? How's your week, buddy? What's up?
I'm all right. Yeah, just kind of hanging out.
Right on. Right on.
Making packs of seeds.
Right on. Oh, there's Captain. Right on.
I harvested apple fritter chemo. I'm gonna take down Chem Dog to chemo tomorrow. Let them dry out. Oh yeah. If anyone's watching this and I asked you for auto flowers, thank you. But I ended up not needing them.
Oh, dude. You know what? A quick funny story, and then we'll get to Captain real quick. I was watching some show, and they were giving away seeds, auto seeds. And I don't know what the seed company was, or it was like some area code is there, or they use some number as one of the strain names. And he, like for example, 707. He's like, "What's that?" He goes, "One of the questions on Win a Seed was, what's the area code, or what's the 707 mean?" I'm like, "Oh, that's." As soon as he said that, I said, "Area code, first person." No, someone else wins the freaking seeds. It was just funny.
Yeah, well, I have an event coming up in November, so I really want to have a plant on my table, and I was like, shit, I gotta pop an auto flower so I can keep it small. But I was looking, and Chem Dog's pretty small, so she'll probably end up coming with me.
Oh, nice.
Plus, she'll be a month into flower, maybe.
Yeah. Right on. What's going on, Captain 420? How's it going?
Smoking, well, actually, this is the little last nug of Gorilla Mints I have left, but I have some pancake, triangle reunion.
Oh, dude, Captain's. I saw this video Captain posted, but he was in a shop and they had pancake.
Yeah, it's pretty big right now.
Right on. Anyhow, Chinese fire.
I sold my first pack of seeds today to the dude working at the dispensary.
Right on. Right on. That's funny, Crymore.
Like, why are you coming in here for weed if you grow? I was like, because my whole last harvest got seeded, and the strain I got the most of is straight orange, and I can only deal with it a little bit.
Yeah.
I like having a variety too. Like, I still roll big joints of the triangle reunion, but I like having stuff to mix it up.
Right on. Oh.
What's up, Captain? You're muted, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've been sitting here talking all this time.
Oh.
Fuck. All right, I forgot where I was at. Sorry.
He's like, why are they talking over me?
I'm used to that at this point.
It gets hard. I was talking to Uncle Rick about this. I was like, once you get past 4 people on a show, it's so hard to like not
Yeah.
talk.
Yeah.
I think about 5 should be like a good number.
Yeah.
Because you know you could have 2 people or 3 people doing something and 2 people still be able to carry on a conversation.
Yeah. Like the host.
Dude, Crymore using Miss Chronic's phone while she's sleeping to order stuff in her Amazon account. He's gonna be like, "Oh, you ordered me a tent. Good job. Thank you."
Yeah, I know. I'm reading that. That's so funny. Fucking crying.
So you seen that post on my page about that grow off here in Thailand?
Yeah. Oh.
So I'm gonna be I should say Smash did. So I'm gonna be entering that as one of the growers from Chiang Rai.
It moves.
So they're gonna send us 3 strains and we're to grow them however we want: indoor, outdoor, greenhouse, hydro, living soil, whatever.
Are they testing?
Probably not, because to do that here in Thailand is just so expensive.
I'm trying to email a company right now to get a High Times Cup judging kit.
Yeah. All the people I know that work for High Times, they're all retired. Both Steves.
Hey, I'm literally gonna say, hey, I need judging kits there.
I was gonna post Fumidor.com.
They asked me if I wanted to go to like the High Times Cup. They would give me free passes and free judging. It was just at that time, it was like $1,900 a ticket. And of course, it's over Thanksgiving. So here in the States, you get hit with that too.
Well, they're trying. So High Times Cup's seen how popping we are right now. And they were like, we're going to go to Massachusetts. And this company, Nova Farms, is one of the biggest companies in Mass. They be sponsoring everything.
Yeah. Well, they brought it to Michigan, and it was kind of funny because the second year in Michigan, my friend Buddy at Clio Cultivation, his shop's only like a mile and a half down the road, if that. And they picked the same weekend 2 years in a row that he holds his festivals. He actually had more people at his little free event than High Times had.
Dude, they got back to me super fast.
Oh yeah, they are. It's all about money, brother.
Well, no, this is I'm communicating through a dispensary because the High Times Cups didn't want to deal with like passing out judges kits, so they gave them to a dispensary.
Are they passing them out or actually charging for them like they normally do?
I'm trying to find out right now. I said, how much? I live up the street and work in the cannabis media. I should be like, I'm live on a podcast right now.
Yeah, that really doesn't mean much to them because they're corporate.
The healing center's not corporate though. They're a
But
little.
the high times is, and they don't give away just judges passes because they know people pay $150, $200 for them.
If it's that much, I might buy one. Well, I said, hey, any high time kits left? They said solvent kits. So 10
If you want
10 slots
for
available.
solvents.
Yeah, solvents concentrate. I'll do that. That's what I smoke anyways.
This one here in Thailand, the one guy was complaining about it wasn't enough time. And it's like, well, it all depends if they give you a 110-day plan or a 150-day plan. If they're giving you plants this late, I don't think they're going to give you a 140 or 160-day plan.
Yeah. It's. Do you know? Did they say? I'm trying to. I can get my words together. Did they release the strains, or they not tell anything?
No, I don't think they're going to tell anybody. It's just going to be here's the strains. Everybody gets the same 3 and grow them out.
Holy fuck! Now I have a keyboard problem.
So that's what I like is someone hand me a bunch of seeds and saying, here, see what you find.
I actually wait. Where did I put them? Oh, right here.
Ow!
These are my seeds.
Christ Almighty!
I got seed packs, and I ordered 500 of these fucking centrifuge tubes. Maybe, I don't know. There's a lot in here. I ordered a bunch of, I don't know. One of my favorite colors is red, so I got red bags. Yeah.
I'm trying to talk a guy from Cambodia to move up here to Chiang Rai. He's got a bunch of genetics. He's been in Cambodia for like 17 years.
I need like a sticker machine. I want to start making my own stickers.
Oh man, they're just easier to go by.
I mean,
Have someone else print them up for you. You go pick them up and you just hand them out. You don't have to cut the pages or anything.
well, they're for the seeds.
Oh, okay. Then it's a computer.
I might be able to just order some from Staples. Upload your own template, Staples.
Yeah.
That's where I used to order my business cards from.
Yeah, that's where I get my business cards too. It's small though. These are only, I don't know. I didn't get the big bags. I got 2.75 by 4. It's 3 by 4.
Mm-hmm. I should make up new cards one day.
I have to actually do that too. If you want me to make you like a zombie logo that's smoking, I could do it digitally, and I can just send you over the logo, and you can put your info on it. If anyone needs a logo, let me know. I've done a lot of work, like digital graphic design. What up, bud?
Hey, bud.
Hi, Cap.
Hey, bud. How's Southern Cal and you doing?
Yeah, just still taking it easy post surgery, but yeah, everything's good.
That's good.
Yeah.
Everything good on the farm? You make it down yet?
No.
No, everything's fine. Haven't made it down yet, though.
Well, I get reports from Jody, my worker, and she's got it handled. And at the other place, they got it handled.
You know what's funny, bud? You were like, I want to work in the music. I would work in the music industry again. And I've been talking to Charlie's Farms, and he's driving limos again. And he just had like Boston Bruins 50-year or whatever anniversary. He had all the old Boston Bruins players in his car, driving them around and shit.
Oh, that would have been fucking awesome.
Charlie's into sports. Like, we went out to a weed event, and he sat in the car, I think, listening to the Patriots game.
Well, it's set break right now. Like, out of all my jam bands, Widespread Panic's probably like not necessarily my favorite. I mean, I do go to their
But
shows.
Jimmy's
Like
playing.
well, tonight is the second night in Savannah, Georgia. And I think that first set had more cover songs than their own songs. Like they covered, well, they did a Wish You Were Here. They did Native Melody by Talking Heads, which was like the first time they played it, I guess, as someone said in chat. Wait. They did Heart of Gold from Neil Young. And Jimmy was just, they were ferocious tonight. It's set break, maybe the second set. Usually when they come out with a ferocious first set, that might have been all they got, but we'll see. I guess it's Halloween tonight. You know, I thought of Halloween, but like as far as like the party scene,
Party night.
costume and all that. And it's full moon. It's Hunter Moon. So yeah, should be, everything's lined up. And you can't Savannah, Georgia, even though I've never been there, it sounds like, yeah, like Widespread's from that area, so they always play good down in the South.
I just like Jimmy hearing a lot.
Yeah, today I had to accept that I'm not healed up enough because tomorrow's Bob Weir and Wolf Brothers at Stanford, or the Frost at Stanford University, with the Philharmonic from the school is also part of the show, which I guess is pretty cool. And then a couple days later, Phil's playing at the Fillmore. Phil Lesh is playing at the Fillmore. And there's like a show. Melvin and JGB's also playing, I think, on one of the nights in between. And I was tentatively going to head up there, but no, I'm not ready for that. No.
I'd rather go see Bobby and Phil instead. I think I'd probably pick Phil out of them.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Go see Phil. You can,
well,
sit
that's
down
in a few
chair.
days. Well, it's at the Fillmore. I doubt there's going to be much sitting. I could probably find a seat. But even what makes me want to go, the sound company Myers Sound, which is the premier PA company by far. Yeah, they donated, or I don't know what the financial arrangement is, but they have this new system this year called the Panther that almost everybody's been using out on the road. They installed a smaller version of it in the Fillmore, which the Fillmore is like, yeah, it's been there forever. Nothing has changed. It's like a ballroom in the Bay Area that, well, a lot's gone on in that place since the 60s, to say the least. But yeah, they have a new Meyer sound system installed in there, which, yeah, I can't imagine what that's going to sound like, but we'll see. I still got a few days on the Phil thing. I think he's playing the 3rd or the 4th, and it's only a flight away.
Yeah.
The thing with Phil, I'm like friends with Phil since the 80s, and I hate to think of it this way, but it's the reality. Like, he's 83 going on 84. his health is definitely diminished, and he doesn't play very often. So the added pressure is, oh, if I skip Phil, what if that's like the
The
that
last
was,
show.
yeah, like so I kind
That's
of
why
owe
I
it.
picked Phil.
Yeah. So
Bobby plays out still 100 times a year. Phil plays out like 10 times a year, if that.
if that at this point. Yeah.
Yeah.
And in the Bay Area, he doesn't get for whatever reason. Yeah, most of his shows are out on the East Coast and stuff. So yeah, you get them while you can. We'll see. I still got a few days. It's hard because once I get back up and going, I have a lot of work to catch up on. And even my partner would question, what, now you're finally feeling good and you're taking off for a couple days?
Fuck yeah.
Like,
well,
that's usually
no.
They're used to that. That's been like, anyone that knows me knows that music number one, weed number two.
Yeah. Weed's what we do in between growing pot.
Yeah.
We go see
even when I
and
first
then
started
take care of the
growing
garden.
in like 90, 91, I was still pretty heavy into being out at all the shows. And yeah, I don't think I had like a lot of those early situations, they didn't last like that long because I'd grow a huge amount, whatever, and then go out on tour and worry about it later. And I think when I met my wife really is when I settled down. And then we made, for a long time, weed was priority one. If everything wasn't lined up with the timing of that, then we wouldn't go. And for the latter part of the 90s, there wasn't a lot going on until like 2000, 2001 in the music scene, or there was, but
we had the jam band scene in the Midwest. So
yeah, and same out here. That was going. Actually, in '98 is when, like, it seemed like the morning after, like, there was like, for me being the deadhead I was, Jerry dying, that was like a whole thing to overcome. Definitely, like, there was like years of mourning. Took me a while, like years, to get back into even like wanting to do concerts. Like, it was rough.
No, I had to search. The music was still in full swing for me. I couldn't let up at that time. That's all I had.
Well, in some ways, it was like this weird relief because, I was trying to balance growing, which is a full-time occupation, and
so is touring
and going to shows. And so when it ended, I was like, it ended, but then it didn't really end. So there were a few years where it was like a relief that I didn't have it was never a burden, but it was pressure. And a lot of times, even back then when I was younger, I'd say, okay, I'm just going to do this part of the tour, like these few shows, and then I'll come home. That's where that didn't happen. I'd go and then stay and not like have everything covered and figured out. And even he passed away last year, but back then my partner Scott. I remember like this one thing we had in Lincoln Heights in LA. Like, I was gone so much after like a year. It was like a partnership. He sat me down and he's like, dude, like, we have to renegotiate this because you're like, you don't do any,
Never
you know,
here.
you're never here. And I had to accept that. Like, yeah. What did I expect? Just to show up and get paid? That's what he said to me. You just show up to get paid.
I used to go on, like, I was in like the hardcore punk scene, so there wasn't a lot of money, like making a couple $100 a show, touring with bigger bands. It was
That's all a roadie gets.
it was
Yeah,
great.
well,
No,
back
we
then,
weren't making the band
a
was
few
making a
$100.
couple $100.
Yeah, but like money had different value. Like
This
it
was
really
early
did.
2000s too.
Like even as just a guy going on tour, it wasn't like today. If you're gonna go do a run a week or two, oh, you need thousands by the time the flight, hotel, food, tickets, Ubers, everything involved. Back then, a few $100 and you were off and going.
5 nights.
Yeah, like
Well,
money wasn't like, it was weird. Money was
Tickets were
always important.
$22.50, $25 a ticket.
Like somehow money, like the world didn't revolve around money as much as it does today, where today, like, oh, and it's not even money. Oh, you better have a card, and your card better have a big balance on it.
Limit.
so a lot of the
Yeah.
time, we wouldn't have to be paying for hotels because someone would let us just crash at their crib.
Well, deadheads were notorious for that. Like, yeah, there'd be one room and 10, 12 people. People would just lay next to each other, you know, and sleep for those few hours. Yeah. And hotels would, yeah, you could do
Take
that
a
then. Like
shower.
hotels like would bring you extra towels. They didn't trip on it. Yeah, today hotels are so uptight that like, yeah, no, they're not fun anymore. Hotels used to be fun. I can remember some runs like 2-3 days in certain towns where we took over the fucking hotel. Like it was just madness for a few days. No, can't do that anymore. Too
You get
much.
outside of the elevator and you look down the hallway and you notice that all the panels for the lights are missing.
Yeah, I mean, I say this sometimes on here a lot. Like over all those years, I just remember it always being, if you gave us an inch, we took a mile. And then the reason why we were no longer at that venue or no longer this or that,
we
like,
got kicked out
was
of a lot of
basically
things.
our own fault. Like that, oh, when we
You
had a cool
trashed
scene
it.
for a year or two, and oh, within the scene, we would always blame it on the other people,
The funny
right?
thing is,
Oh, it's the non-fans, or it's the gypsies, or it's the wooks, or whatever. But ultimately, it was you give an inch, people take a mile. They same thing in sports. You know, there's been cool fan things at different games and this, that, and the other, and then people took an inch or took a mile, and then they made a bunch of rules. That's just the way it goes.
I don't know.
So whenever you find like a good party scene and a good even in cannabis with sessions and events, yeah, I remember when those High Times cups, they were the shit. And Chalice Cup was even a little better. And then somehow at this point, any event of that size and caliber, oh, those suck. The ones that are cool, like more like sessions
Little ones.
or more set up like a private party, or not a mainstream event. Because once you go mainstream event, a lot of that is, I know this from
corporate,
my own involvement in putting on events. Yeah, you have to have liability insurance. That's one of the things you have to have to promote or do an event, because things happen and people sue you. So you have to have that insurance, and that insurance, they come up with a lot of rules.
Dude, I've seen so many broken noses, lips through teeth, like fights. Like the hardcore scene wasn't an easy scene to be. Like it was pretty vicious.
Yeah. Well, that's still kind of popular. Like for instance, 2%. That's this group of young top surfers from San Clemente, Calpino, and all this whole crap. They made some movie, and they're on this little tour doing this movie premiere, like up and down the coast. They're going out to Florida next week, and they have like a young hardcore band that plays at it, and then they keep showing these clips where it's a bunch of kids, basically. You know, in my mind, they're in their early 20s, maybe some of them even still teens, and they're doing that like mosh thing, except that it's like fake. Like I remember the first time I really saw that stuff in the 80s and stuff. Oh no, that shit was violent. You did like I didn't think, oh, I'll just hop in there and see how that goes. Oh no, that was like some real violence, basically, like for real. Like, yeah, people were getting cut up and bruised up and hurt, but not like on purpose. It wasn't like if somebody hit you, you started to fight with them for real. It was just like that was what it was about. Like go in there and get roughed up.
Yeah,
Which
that was the
always seemed a
thing.
little
How
weird
long
to
could
me.
you? How long can you last in the mosh pit? Well, I don't really care to find out.
And I've seen some clips of different acts that still like there's still a mosh pit of the modern era, but they seem like a little more staged. They're not like authentic like the old school ones where, yeah. Punkers, man, they were wild. Like,
Yeah.
I was like entrenched in being a deadhead when punk became a thing and became even more popular, and like the deadheads were hippie, peace and love, and then there was this other group of people that were like punkers or like.
So this guitarist was like, if you went to a Sheer Con show, this guitarist was known to bash people in the face with his guitar. Every show, it was like a thing that happened. Like, yeah, these shows were crazy back in the day.
Just well, like okay, that's that same thing. If an act did that today, they would have to pay. Meaning, oh, yeah, I doubt 50% of the fans that had that happen to them would call a lawyer and sue. Because it's my payday. I'm gonna get paid. It's like a culture. Lawyers, you know, like ultimately, yeah, over lawyers basically fucking up concerts and events years ago. I see the same thing happening within cannabis. Why these events have so many cannabis events have is lawyers. Like ultimately, the you know, I've had friends that make their living off of being lawyers, but yeah, overall, lawyers, yeah, the more lawyers, not good.
More money.
It's like I don't know, I guess it's even more of a subgenre of hardcore. It was like beatdown hardcore.
I know.
Yeah.
If anyone ever wants to
some
watch
of that's still going on, right? I mean, I see
Oh,
weird
yeah.
Instagram posts and come across stuff where, yeah, I don't remember the names and all that, but there's still a scene, a small scene.
So if anyone wants to see what the scene was like when I was hanging out, this is the original Boston Beatdown. It's talking about how hardcore started, like actual Boston hardcore. And it was all about like originally the hardcore scene started because there was a lot of fucking skinheads going to metal shows and metal bands were a lot of skinheads, and these kids pretty much said, yeah, get the fuck out of here, this is our shit now, kicked all the skinheads out, and then it became even bigger than that. So yeah, check it out.
Hello, everybody.
Goddamn mosquitoes.
Hello, Miss Chronic.
I don't even know how many people are watching this content.
15.
Wow.
Chat's been kind of dead.
Oh, Miss Chronic wants to have her phone back.
I got yeah, I've been separating seeds and stuff. I actually gotta go harvest that chem dog tomorrow. I gotta remember to do that. It was fucking beautiful though. Like today, like people were walking out in tank tops. It was crazy nice.
It's like that here every day.
That's how it was in Florida.
I mean, we're going to get to the point here soon where it's going to be like 78 at night, 76 at night, and it's going to be like 62, 63. I should say 78 during the day and like 63 at night, which I think is just beautiful weather.
I think we're going back. We're gonna start getting real cold. I'm hearing we're not gonna have a very warm winter. I hear it's gonna be pretty harsh.
That sucks.
Well, dude, I've seen hurricane after hurricane after hurricane after hurricane come up the coast this year.
Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
Oh, when I had an all-wheel drive car, like my Subaru or my Audi, I love the snow, dude. I never shoveled my car out. I just backed that motherfucker out.
My truck doesn't have a heater in it, so.
Yeah, no, I would not. Well, I've driven a car with no heater. It sucks.
Yeah,
But
it does. It sucks when you drive a car that has a heater, but it's so cold out and you're doing like 80, 90 miles an hour that it doesn't matter how much heat you're putting out on your windshield, you're still losing inches of your windshield by the mile. You got to pull over to the side of the road to let your windows heat back up so you can see out of them. I'm sure I'm not the only one.
Holy shit. So here, I'll show this. The requirement entries for the cannabis cup. Flower.
There was one here. They wanted like grams.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was one here that wanted like 300 grams, and it was like, holy shit. So what you're going to do is you're going to charge people 1,000 to 2,000 baht to be a judge to get 3/4 of a gram of weed of each of the entries. So you're having everybody give you the weed, then you're selling these judges passes. Even though people are getting a deal on the weed, it's not a bad deal, but still you're asking for like almost 400 entries. So that's 400,000 baht you plan to make.
I'm doing some math real quick. Hold on.
That's like $12,000 really quick, just off of judges' passes.
A little over a half. They want a little over a half pound. They want 8 ounces, 8.1428 ounces. And they want that in fucking edibles. Hold on. They want that in solvent. Yeah, solvent, 220
Yeah.
concentrates.
Someone's gonna give out a half a pound of rosin? I don't think so.
They had, I guess they had it.
I mean, you're basically asking someone to put up like $10,000. 200 grams of rosin.
Holy fuck.
200, yeah. Hold on. Let me make sure.
Make money?
If it's 8 ounces in some, that's
Okay, hold on. I lied. Solvents is 228 grams, but non-solvent concentrates 100.
So if you shoot it through a loop tube, you have to give 200 and some ounces. If you do it in a press, you only have to give 100 and some. Wow. They better be giving like mad prizes out.
No, High Times is bullshit at this point. Like, wait, they sell the judges' kits. That's how you become a judge. You buy it. Like that. That's not how it used to be at all. And they've lost all credibility. Like it's not like anybody in the community of value or worth even tries to compete, let alone like people wouldn't even brag. Oh, I won a High Times Cup last year or whatever, because it means
nothing.
Which is sad, like, to be honest, because my relationship with High Times starts as I'm a teenage kid. My mom had it on the coffee table. I grew up on that magazine. I had like all the way to the years I had a booth and was all involved and won a cup and how cool that era was. So over the years, I remember it's been some years, but I had a subscription to High Times year after year after year. It was just something I had, like, maybe, I don't know, it's probably 5 years. I finally, like, I remember going, yeah, it's like all regurged. It's just like, and I didn't renew my High Times subscription, like after like 20 years I haven't one, or like, yeah. And it kind of sucks to say the truth about it, but yeah, James Loud had the old editor guy on an interview last week. I think that was him. And yeah, that brought up like he's no longer involved. Of course, he's not going to say too much bad things about it because that's not his spot. But
then that may have been Steve Bloom.
Oh no, I think it was Hager. Like, meaning he wasn't there to badmouth what it is today. He basically, when James asked him about that, he basically said, well, I don't know, I'm not involved anymore. His story was pretty cool. He started off as like a photographer, but he wasn't really trying to be a photographer. He knew somebody in New York and like way back, like even like he was saying in that, like a lot of the big centerfolds he did wasn't weed. Like it was a big pile of coke, or because things were different back then. Like, and being into coke back then, I remember seeing centerfolds and High Times of like, holy shit, like that was like the fantasy coke. They had, just like it is with weed, the best shot, the craziest strain in pictures way back. That's what they used to do with, like, I think if you looked at it per year, weed was like maybe 1/3 of the magazine. 2/3 of it was a lot of things we consider like bad at this point, like, you know, but oh no, that was part of the culture back then. They would show heroin, they would show like opium, they would show every
Yeah.
drug they could find, you know, and kind of glamorize it, because yeah, even looking back at those pictures, yeah, they were just staged pictures to elicit the imagery that, you
To
know,
sell magazines.
yeah. So to see them go from that and like their history of counterculture and everything they stood for to what they became now, it's one of the saddest. I don't
Yeah,
know,
because they
like
used
six or
to do
seven hundred
real
people
articles.
were watching today this morning live. Kevin Joltry was given a recap of the 3-week
Trip.
trip him and a group of people took to Pakistan, and as much as, oh, you know, he's had his hand in the cookie jars as far as like playing on the corporate side too. This
Was a
trip and
trip
what
of
this
a
was about
lifetime.
was like, yeah, and he said something that like, yeah, he's actually a few years younger than me, so yeah, right around the same time. Like I've always thought, like if I could go pay homage or go to where I think the home of the dank or the best weed is, it would be Pakistan,
In
Afghanistan. That the Kush.
Afghanistan.
Like, oh, I know there's weed from all over the world and all that, but that to me has always
Not the
been
weed I want.
like I guess we
The
call
Holy
it fat
Grail.
leaf now, or the you know,
Broadleaf.
yeah. And well, I mean, it would still cost a lot of money, and you'd have to really try to have a good group of people to go with. But there's a thing, what do they call it? Friends of Pakistan, or wait, and these other guys that are land race, Indian land race. Because like even in that little story, he pointed out that some of the places he went to and stuff had thriving tourism, international tourism in Pakistan, and these very pristine areas of nature and all kinds of culture until 9/11, right? Like, oh, post 9/11, and
Everything empty.
how the people there were so welcoming, and the food and just so much. But like, yeah, we've been fed a lot of propaganda. Some of it's not propaganda, because even in the stories they were telling, oh, there was unrest in this one area, so they were recommended not to go there, and you know, so it's still travel at your own risk. And no one's going into Afghanistan. This isn't in Pakistan. Like Afghanistan's like a no-go zone at this point, especially for
Yeah. For
Westerners,
white
right?
people.
But that's
I think Kevin pulled that off pretty good though. Even
yeah.
with the
Well,
beard and
I
everything. That looked
yeah,
perfect, really.
I was following the Instagram post, but today he was on there for a couple hours telling stories, and it was uplifting. Like considering all the things going on in cannabis, the most of it has to do with legal laws and people trying to make money off cannabis, and what they're trying to do is establish this culture. You know, like, yeah, the fear I have is even his publicizing, oh, I'm sure that a lot of what I call money grubbers, like people that try to exploit the plant for money and profit, also see that as this opportunity, and are also there trying to establish uh, whatever, which obviously, like part of what they were saying or what they, you know, experienced, was, yeah, some of this is 1,000, 1,500-year-old, even older culture of cannabis, right?
Yeah.
That
They got the
survived
shit.
everything, survived wars, like even some of the historic people of the past, Alexander the Great, Genghis Khan, like, oh, they've gone through like so many things there. The the whole, but the genetics, the plant is still there. You know what I mean? And is still pretty much what it was. You know, and
But it's the
yeah,
same
I
thing
mean,
like here
you
in
can only look at
Thailand. They get the
pictures.
pollination from the crossed winds, but
Yeah,
you
you can
know,
only really look at the pictures and what people say. But oh, I know that's the weed. That's the weed I want. That's the weed I'd actually, if I had access to that in my area, I'd buy like like Burmese Kush and Master, or just all those kind of uh, strains from that high elevation desert area of that region where, yeah, it was actually, today's show was like a lot of history. Some of it I kind of knew or learned along the way, but like even at the three biggest mountain ranges, or in the, not converge
Hindu
in this
Kush.
area, and it's all glaciers, and even what makes the Northwest, like where Fumi's grows, and some of Humboldt, is the volcanic and glacier activity of the millennium. That's what makes the best soil, the best mineral content. Yeah, it was interesting. I'd love to have make a trip like that in my life. Like it made me realize, yeah, if you had the right, it costs you some money. Um,
You see all the cameras they had?
yeah, and you'd have to like go with a group. I don't think it's be recommended just, go solo as a Westerner.
Oh no,
Maybe,
no, no, no.
yeah,
No, you need
yeah,
to like hire bodyguards. They had that all planned out. They had
yeah, yeah,
villages that they went
yeah,
to, that they talked
yeah.
to the village elders before. And this
But
was,
to me,
you
if
know,
there was a worldwide place that if you could open up like cannabis tourism, I think a lot of people that are true cannabis enthusiasts, that would be like the place that they would want to go to and see, right, and experience that hash and the products and the lifestyle, and without all the hoopla, right?
well, that's why everybody should come to Thailand like this February, or actually March and April, because that's when all the Thai weed will be in. And this is actually Thailand's like fourth year, fifth year of growing medical, but second year of kind of growing kind of quasi legal weed. So the outdoor crop, this is going to be like their first one where they've actually maybe learned something. And I think it's going to be
Well,
really good this year.
like back to what I'm saying about tourism, it seems like countries, tourism is is income to countries. Thailand seems to be motivated their cannabis by the tourism dollar as part of the equation. But I think you would find that there'd be more cannabis tourism if there was, and there probably are tours, or where you could, I don't need to see the branding and the modern hip hop uh, Bangkok tourism, cannabis tourism. I would be more interested in like going on a trip where I got to see the fields or the original genetics or the plants from the historic side of it, right? That would probably draw more tourism than than uh, the shops that just are trying to sell to tourists. Like cannabis people Yeah, even Colombia or the parts of Mexico, like all the places that cannabis has like true history. Oh, the war and the political situation make most of those places like no-go zones for so long, right? That it'd be great to see that when the more international effects of legal cannabis comes into effect, that years from now you'd be free to travel to Morocco. You could still go to any of these places, but like you say, you'd have to probably take precautions. It would be kind of risky compared to other places. But cannabis people, I think, would support that type of tourism, like historic cannabis tourism. You know,
There is a hash, like traditional hash market once a year somewhere. It's Afghanistan or the line of Pakistan.
it's in Pakistan.
It's Pakistan. Okay. It's
Yeah.
up in the mountains, and not like this is for
It's all the mountains.
yeah, higher,
But like
Illinois.
even Kevin Joltry said, okay, so they are in this group of cannabis enthusiasts, the people that were involved in this trip. So when they first got there, they gifted them a half a kilo of hash and like a pound of weed. Most of that weed was grown indoors with the same
Yeah.
LED, like he says, LED nutrients, the same. And over there, that's the high dollar item. Like people that have wealth, that's who can afford that really good indoor. Which, oh, even way over there, oh, there's sizable, or maybe not like 1,000 light places like we got here, but the indoor cultivation where there's people that
Since
go.
it's such a big cultural thing over there, like this isn't really for tourists. This is for locals that pick up all their hash because it is a big cultural thing over there. They
Well, like even what he pointed out, or was part of it, there's that
that's all
cannabis
hash. That's
for
all hash.
when you say the regional in the history, a lot of it was a food source, meaning they live in cultivated, they like lentil, beans, seeds are
Look
more
at how
of a
they're
food
weighing this hash.
than here. So in the a lot of the seed production for 1,000 years was like to use as a food source, right? Meaning they had recipes that were basically hemp seeds or cannabis seeds with other
That's cool.
stuff, because the winters,
just all different hash
and
producers.
a
It's
lot
a
of these
market.
areas by the glaciers and whatnot had like 3-4 months of like frozen ass. Most people couldn't even survive.
It looks like
But
That's
the
like
culture
my
there learned how to live with that. But for years, that was one of
That
their
one.
food sources, was basically hemp seed, right? Like they grew seed not to sell around the world or all that. They grew seed to eat, and they still do.
It's cool how they test it too. I don't know where it is in the video that they test it.
Well, the common thing there is like to show your hash is good. You take like a chunk and you warm it up with a lighter, and then you put it in the center of your palm and rub it out. And
That's what she said.
That's kind of the common thing. And even they were saying that, like, yeah, some of the people they met that are generational hash people had never, when they showed up and were part, and they showed them weed and you roll it in flour in a joint. They said that some of those people never seen weed consumed that way. They just know to smoke hash with like basically tobacco, a teeny bit of tobacco to help it burn.
Yeah.
but
That's
just
the
a
way the
teeny bit.
Thais do it. They
And you
put
got
a
to
lot
remember,
though.
it's not like tobacco. It's not like some pouch tobacco or some like commercial tobacco that basically is what blunts or whatever you call them are rolled with here. It's like traditionally grown tobacco from their area, and they
For
just use
hookahs.
a teeny bit of it. Like, oh, they can roll like almost a pure hash joint just with enough tobacco in it to help it, burn, right?
Stay lit.
That's how I used to when I smoked cigarettes. That's how I used to roll joints with hash, with tobacco. A little
Well,
bit.
Yeah.
I don't
I'm
smoke
I used to
tobacco.
have
I'm
in
too
the
I'm
80s,
too stupid.
I had this crazy connection that grew up north, this crazy hippie dude way back in the 80s, 90s, more in the 90s. And he would come down and stay
Exactly.
for a week or two, and we'd
That's
move
how
his
they test
product
the hash.
every year. And this guy lived in the mountains and was like barefoot all the time and all this. He would have like the, what do you call it, drum tobacco, like in this cardboard uh container, where he, because he grew weed, just like the lower sprig shit would be mixed in this tobacco, right? And yeah, he would come and stay with us. This is when weed was really illegal, so like smoking in public and smelling wasn't always cool. But like, he was such a mountain guy that like he wouldn't realize, oh, we're standing outside this restaurant, not the time to smoke one of these cigarettes. But like, and he never smoked like his good weed. He just would use all the lowers
So
and
this
mix
is
it in
how
this
this is
jar
what
of
they do over
tobacco,
there. Yeah, this is
and
what they do
and
over
just smoke that.
Ugh.
Well, yeah, because you're getting $4,000, $5,000 a pound for your good flowers. So you're
Yeah,
smoking
yeah.
your lowers. So what?
That was the era. That was the era.
You're
Yeah.
making bank.
He was a trippy dude, and he grew killer weed. And I mean, back then, I think he would come down with like 5 or 6, 7 pounds, and that was it. Like that was it for him for the year. And he made enough money off of that off to the hills he went back up, and and a lot of times when I had connections to really good weed in that era, oh, they didn't have like 50 pound a box, 100 pounds. Are you out of your mind? Right? Like they had like a few pounds, the super good, a few pounds of some little lesser. Uh,
Wow.
it wasn't like these unlimited amounts of pounds. No, not in those days.
Right on. I want to show. Where is it? Unmuted.
No,
No,
I don't know what's going on with my phone's acting up. I just wanted to show this real quick. Who was it? Dr. Leave Me Alone says she wants a private party. But I don't know if anyone knows now. They have weddings. You can have cannabis weddings now. So why can't you hire these kind of people to have your own private Halloween party?
Well, I mean, when it comes to a private party, you can pretty much do what you want,
do what you
as
want.
long as the people you invite are the right type of people, and you don't go overboard with how big it is, right? Like that's the
Well, there we go. Bachelor
yeah.
party.
Like I guess 100 or two, you could still get away with a private party, and even that, it's like, oh, where do those people park their cars? And like, hopefully, none of the neighbors or people around there call. But if you can just
Oh,
have it and keep it low pro, yeah. Like, hey, even you guys probably can't hear it because of noise canceling, but I assume it might not be cartel, but it's probably cartel because I live out here in the hills where there's some cartel activity. Yeah, there's a mariachi band. it's got to be a ways away. It's not like I have neighbors. It's the bottom of the hill. I think the property over to the left. Yeah, they throw some ragers. I've driven by. I've never had the balls to like be like walk up and be like, yeah, I'm the neighbor. What's going? Hey, and party with these guys because yeah. Well, even when I first moved out here, he's still my neighbor. This guy Helmet, he's like 90 some years old. He warned me stay away from those like don't associate. Like just do yourself a favor, don't associate. Even though like oh when I hear a party, I like I'm tempted to go over there, but no,
You don't
I know
party with
better.
people that will cut your head off for fucking up.
Yeah, no, I'm gringo. That there's no. They would think I'm a cop or something. Who knows? Like,
Yeah.
just let them be. They and I've been out here 10 years. I know who they are. I know which properties they're at. Yeah, they mind their own business. Stay at. You mind your business. We might. That's the best way.
They're pot growers.
Oh, they're up to a lot more than that. Yeah.
Well, I was being
Well, I don't
nice.
know. To be honest, I don't know what they're up to. I know that one of the ways I can spot them the easiest would be they like this certain color orange, like I'd call it like a burnt orange color Dodge trucks, but with every accessory you could put on it, like as far as lights and side mirrors and fucking whatever. Like every
Yeah,
accessory, like
those
the
are
kind that you can just bolt on, like or whatever. So there's like these certain trucks, brand new, jacked up. They got all the lifted and the coolest tires and all that. But somehow
I think
they
they're
like
G.I.
it
Joe.
orange. It's like not all of them are orange, but enough of them are orange. And oh, usually they're like well groomed, have like expensive boots on, and like a hat that's probably expensive too, right?
Yeah,
And
Stetson.
I've
middle
seen some
age, like in
crazy,
their 20s
crazy
or
shit.
30s, and it's not like you see them with guns or anything, but you know there's a gun somewhere there, and there's a certain presence. Even the sheriffs no, they don't even fuck with these guys. You know, because first off, most likely it's not like they're driving around with a load of shit or anything. That's not how they operate, right?
Well, the
Like
other
they're
thing
not the
is,
ones. They're not the ones doing the risky stuff. They just profit from it.
the other
Yeah.
thing is like those, if you look up some of the cartel members, like actual cars, like after they get raided and stuff, there's hidden compartments and those
Yeah,
cars.
and I heard I don't know the main cartel down in there. Just last year I heard a story or interview this that like whoever the main guy is, he made a rule: no more fancy trucks and cars and all that down because like even in their area of Mexico, they would be driving like
Targeted.
yeah. So he made a thing that no more flossing basically, and that they're not allowed to post or do anything on social media because I guess some of that led to cases. So they made a new rule that they have to lay low, basically. Well, that's when they're the most dangerous because, like, oh, they just blend right in.
Well, I try to too. I ain't a cartel, but
Should
Well,
I'm just an
a
old
lot of them,
school pot
I don't know this,
grower.
but this is just kind of what I assume is that because a lot of these houses and properties that I think are them. Oh, they have kids. The school bus drops kids off right in front of that house. A lot of these are the guys that have enough money that they can have a household up here where their kids can grow up, with
in a good
better
school.
education and all that stuff. And so they're not like, yeah, they just try to fit in. They're not working. It's not like that property part of some smuggling ring or something. No, they don't operate like that.
No, they're on the distribution end.
Yeah, yeah. They work
Well, I
in the-
mean, there's
They're on this side of the border.
they work in
there's
the tunnels.
there's a lot of money and there's a lot of hierarchy. That there's people that are, been whatever you call them, lieutenants, whatever. It's a whole. I don't really know much about it. I know to stay away from it. That's for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah, man, for sure.
me too.
And I've seen stories where, like, Central California, cannabis, some of the grows, the big bust they make, say are cartel grows. Like they're anywhere that there's money to be made, they're in it.
LAOC. Right on. What's everybody on chat smoking on tonight? That's all I've been looking.
I wasn't given the name of it, but whatever it is, it actually gets me stoned for like an hour and a half to 2 hours.
Right on.
And I bought 15 grams for 60 baht or 600 baht.
And what's that in American?
That's like $17.
Holy shit, that's a good deal.
Yeah, so I got it for like $1.10 a gram.
In California,
it's outdoor, but
inside the metric, everything has a date on it, and then I guess when it's a year old, then it gets like turned back in,
flag,
destroyed because it's over a year old. Thailand doesn't have anything like that, so like there seems to be a how do you know how old the weed is? Just by looking at it? Or
yeah, looking at it and smelling it, you can tell definitely exactly how long it's been there, believe me.
Well, the shop owners are eventually going to get to a point where they realize they got to get rid of the stuff, even at pennies at the dollar, rather than have age on them.
Okay, now let me explain something to you. Here in Thailand, okay, the businesses, when COVID first hit, and when they opened up air traffic again, they gave everybody like a month and a half, and you had to get out in like August. Okay, they gave a deadline for it. And since I just had surgery, I didn't have to go anywhere. But after that, the Thai way of business and their thinking is we have less customers, so we're selling less. So instead of dropping the prices to get more people in, they actually raise the prices to make up not having as many customers. I've talked to a few of them and they go, oh, no, we can't do that. And even sitting down and explaining that you'll increase the number of people in your shop, you'll be busy. You know, the extra number of meals that you make will make up for you dropping the price a little bit. No. I mean, the one shop or the one restaurant I go to, there's only two things that are worth value now on the menu. And he took a 200-gram US ribeye that he was selling at 500 baht for the meal. And he's now up to 749. He went as high as 850, but he went up to a 250-gram ribeye. Well, you can go to the steakhouse here in town and buy a 350-gram ribeye for, and they just raised their price too. It's just over 1,000 baht, which is basically 30 bucks, 33 bucks. Same as the States. But you're not getting a pound. You're only getting 350 grams.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm having keyboard problems with my laptop now. I have to go on my completely put on my phone. Look at crime one.
D, have you heard anything from Fumi in the last few days?
Yeah, he's safe.
All
Especially
right.
today. I sent him a message today telling him to keep low, man, because I guess they're invading the Gaza Strip now.
Yeah.
Wipe those bastards out.
Well, all my vibes are with him because, yeah, he's definitely in the rough spot over there.
Mm.
Yeah. Oh, man. I'm getting old.
What is it? Oh, shit.
That's a pretty kitty.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Robert.
Your green fingers?
Cheers, cheers.
How's everything in your part of California?
It's my part of California, so it's pretty rough. It's pretty rough. No, it's good. We just pulled down a plant in the greenhouse today. Got a couple thousand seeds sitting there. Bucked them off the branches. They're all dried up already.
Two prime one. I don't like white rhino greenhouse seeds. I grew it and I don't like it.
White rhino?
Yeah.
If you can find the original white rhino.
Unpop Kush crosses Sky Zaro. Fall. Crazy Agnes. What's going on, buddy? Cheers, Augustum. Cheers, Joneson to grow. This makes it a heck of a lot easier than me typing it out because my computer's acting up tonight. And I'm gonna look. Cause I figure what I'm smoking on right now. Let's figure that out. I gotta go back.
Cheap ass weed.
Oh, Candy Kush. That's what I'm smoking on. Candy Kush.
Candy Crush. From where did I hear that from? Damn, I just seen that somewhere in the seed bank or something like that. I might be tripping.
Well, let's look it up.
Man, this is a small joint. Holy shit.
That's not what she said. Ah!
I
Some
think
people
it's
can't
really,
go.
I think it's really funny that my really cheap ass weed gets me stoned for a longer time than anything.
Yeah.
Anything that closely resembles like disco weed.
Oh yeah, so there is the two Candy Crushes. There's a one with a K and one with a C. And I'm smoking the Candy Crush with the C, which is OG Kush Frosted Blue Dream.
Yeah, I remember Candy Crush.
Okay.
Yeah, we had a lot of what was it, honeycomb back in the day? Honeycomb.
Does it smell like Kush?
Cantaloupe Kush.
The honeycomb style BHO. So like they made a lot of that down in SoCal that I remember. If that was the one that's been around for a while. Damn, my clutch is big.
What's the other one crossed with, D? With the K?
Yeah, we'll look it up.
I'm sorry. I thought you
That's
may have
okay.
had it already.
No problem. I'm getting better at this, actually. OG Kush and Trainwreck.
Okay.
They both sound.
You waking up, cat? You have a good nap?
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, weed fell out of the tip. Fix this shit up.
Well, I'm at the same point right now. Well, not the harvest, but I'm just out of cannabis right later. Cheers, hardcore.
Yeah, what's Ryan been up to? I see him in chat, but he hasn't come on in a week or so.
Never mind.
Probably some. No, I'm zooming. Let's say some dirty stuff, but
Yeah, I was thinking
going
something.
hard. I know what he might be doing.
Right on, Agnes.
So, has anyone else checked out the full moon tonight?
Yeah, been out there all
I
night.
haven't.
Yeah, I call it. I don't know,
Haven't.
hunter's moon, but I could see everything like perfect to hunt. I can see everything. Every light of eyes, something bounces off. Somebody walking down the street. I was tripping. I could see everything.
Everything, man.
Well, I mean, I imagine that's why they call it the hunter's moon, right?
We used to try to hunt on the hunter's moon on the homestead. I put out some things, I checked everything's going to the dog's food.
I didn't go out last night. I stayed home. I stayed home both Friday and Saturday night. I was out all day Friday, though. I went to a meeting that I thought would be maybe a half an hour, 45 minutes. It turned into like 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
Every time I went outside the shop, because it was a dispensary, to have a cigarette, I'd look across the street and there was a shop, and they get hit with the sun like in the evening all day. So they've got like a big like tarp that comes down and blocks the front of the shop, and their windows are totally blacked out except for a little section. And I'm sitting there watching them, and there's a bunch of younger people. I mean, like under the age of 18. And I noticed that it's a vape shop.
Oh
And
yeah.
they're selling vape carts. But I mean, they literally, for the 4.5 hours I was there, every time I went out to have a cigarette, there was at least 10 scooters with like people waiting on the scooters for people to come out. And they'd be bringing out 2-3 vape cartridges, vapes at a time. And it's like, yeah, fuck cannabis. Go into the vape market here in Shanghai.
Well, and,
But I
and just like when that was a thing here, the youth, they weren't like hitting nicotine. They were just chasing flavors. Like
yeah,
that was the thing. And I now we banned flavors. There's not even flavored cigarettes. I think that affects the vape too, because yeah, it was a and like a lot of those
banana,
flavors were.
strawberry.
Yeah, I remember the cool thing was what they call quads, where it would be like 4 distinct flavors. Where a lot of times you mix flavors, but a good quad would be like flavored vape that you could distinctly taste the 4 different things. That was the cool thing for a while there in the vape. I think the vape culture
Yeah,
kind of died off a little, but
Can I show that photo, Captain? The one you're talking about?
yeah, you can show it.
Cool.
Anything I post, you can show.
Okay, cool, man. Thanks. I just want to make sure. Whoops, I actually got it set up.
I was contacted about one of the pictures of me in an airport smoking about being made into a mural at a rec center place in Santa Cruz.
That's cool.
So yeah, there's the shop, and you can't, the lights are on in the shop in it, and you can't see anything beyond that red, but you can see all the scooters lined up in front of it. I mean, from one end of the picture to the other is just all scooters. And it was like that the whole time I was there. I joked with the old guys inside. I said, man, I could make 5,000 baht a day just going over and charging people 20 baht to get into the place. But the shop I actually found out is owned by an ex-cop.
Oh shit.
But they do have the cheapest prices on vapes in town. That's another reason. Besides that, we also decided that it was because they served everybody, you know, including the kids,
That
which they shouldn't.
Yeah, for sure.
Because I really think vaping is bad for you. If you're going to take something that is a liquid, turn it into vapor, which is still a liquid, and then put it into your lungs. And when it hits your lungs, just like a still, it turns back into liquid.
I know, like most of the shops in America, yeah, big thing is your ID and showing your age, right? Is that same? I mean, does everybody carry ID, and do they like how many minors get served cannabis?
Not a lot of people carry their IDs.
So I mean, if you were 14 and looked 18, you could, or you know what I mean? Like, no one's going to question if you're
Yeah.
trying to buy cannabis underage, right?
Well, see, it's actually the opposite here in Thailand. The girl could actually be 35 and look like she's 16. So, looking older, no, that has nothing to do with it. It's just, do you have the money? Yes. Okay.
So I'm reading that for a while they had vaping banned. I was actually looking at this the other day.
It's still in effect.
Well, 2019, the act changed or something, and within the new laws, they have like you can't import them, so that makes them illegal.
Yeah. You can't import the juice or anything like that.
Yeah, no e-cigarettes, no mods, nothing.
Because before, what people were doing is they were going across to Myanmar, or they would go to Laos or Cambodia, and they would get the bottle of nicotine, and then they'd get the bottle of juice, and they would mix it up once they got back here. That's how they were getting around it.
Garden's looking
A
pretty
lot
good.
of it was fake coming out of Bangkok. So you're getting fake vape. So what are you actually, is it vegetable oil?
Ew. Olive oil.
Who knows what they put in that?
EBO.
Yeah, they use the glycerin that's not good.
Well, look at how many times I've watched those Border Patrol shows, and they try to import fake cigarettes to wherever. Yeah. It's crazy.
That's really big too, especially in Myanmar. That's why I get the ones that say duty free, and they do cost a little bit more.
But you're getting making sure you get the real McCoy.
Yeah. But even in Myanmar, they're only like $15 for duty frees, and liquor is really, really cheap.
Oh wow!
I mean, I paid like $12 for a bottle of Crown Royal, which you can't get here in Thailand.
How come?
They don't import that brand because of the taxes. But there's this little shitty market right across the border, and it's got a duty-free shop in it, and it's got a high-end liquor store in it. I mean, you could go in there and literally spend $1,500, $3,000, $4,000 on a bottle of liquor, like scotch.
Happy something whiskey, 15 family reservation. They're like 2,500 a bottle, and it was good.
So this little shop is where I walked into, and I didn't know that Jack Daniels had like 12 premium
they got 8
brands of bourbon.
Couple different Jacks.
And then Jim Beam had like 8 different. And I'm looking at all these and I'm like, well, the bottles really aren't big enough. Can I get 2 of them to reach my limit of what I can bring in? And it's like, even if you bring in a 5th, you're actually over your limit at a 5th. They only allow 1 liter. But some of these bottles are only like 750 milliliters anyways. So it's like, can I get 2 of them? Because I know back in the States, they're like $175, $150 a bottle, and I can buy them for $55, $65.
And you're not concerned that they're fake?
No,
it
not at,
depends.
not at this place.
If you, it depends on like, there's like some of the Jack Daniels are up there in money, but a lot of the time where the big prices are coming out is the allocated places that like only get like they only get a certain amount and they do raffles for them and shit. It's pretty crazy.
Well, I guess they're bourbons. They're the stuff that's aged. My Gary, he drinks. My partner
Bourbon,
Gary.
Scotch.
You met Gary,
Scotch is
right?
really expensive. Yeah, I met Gary.
I think there's okay. So I've gone to this. It's just a liquor store in Vista, right? But this guy like has like collector or whatever enthusiast bottles, and well, maybe took him 10 years. According to Gary, and he doesn't bullshit me. Yeah, he spent around 20 grand on this collection that he had, where some rich billionaire dude that actually flew from Florida here on a private jet
To
and
buy
paid
it.
cash, bought his collection for 100,000, right? And yeah, like yeah, that's pretty good profit, spending 20 and making 80 grand on it in 10 years. But yeah, it was just all these, not that expensive, but they became more expensive. And I remember a couple times we stopped there because the dude had called Gary to say, oh yeah, I got X amount of these certain bottles. And some of these, they were always fancy and looked killer. They would be numbered. Like there was actually a number like handwritten on them. Like, oh, like just like art. Oh, there was 300 bottles. This is bottle 151 of 300 or something. I forget all the names, but they were like aged, like meaning they were already 12 and more years old. Whatever booze that is, that's more money when it's old.
Well, there's quite a few of them, but Scotch is the one that really goes up. But here's a bottle from Cincinnati Distilling. It's a small batch. This is batch number 23. It's bottle number 681. And it was bottled on 3/10/21. This is aged 2.5 years and it's 90 proof. It was made in Cincinnati, Ohio. So,
well, I mean, they've been making alcohol and the finest alcohol, all parts of the world for 1,000 years, like there's no shortage of
since the beginning of time, I think.
Yeah, I exactly is what I meant to say, but yeah,
because during Roman times,
whiskey,
that's why
bourbon,
they drank
Scotch.
all the wine, because the wine was safer than the water.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard those stories in history of like that's basically when people were on a ship, explorers or whatever, months on these ships. Yeah, they drank and brewed beer because like water was what like gave them sickness and different things. So they just lived on beer. Like I was like, wow, that had to have been a pretty drunken fucking life.
Especially the first week when everybody's not used to drinking all the time.
Go off the deck, you squirmy dog.
Yeah, that had to have been a really weird era where like beer or alcohol was safer to drink than water. Like that had to have been pretty bizarre.
Yeah.
You guys don't hear the mariachi in the background?
No.
No.
It's canceling out. They're pretty loud because like my windows are closed. Yeah. My dog's ears are up. Like, yeah. And
What's
it's
today?
mariachi. It's Saturday.
holiday?
It's party night. It's Halloween. It's
My
probably a
neighbors are
Halloween
partying
party.
too. My neighbors are
Well,
really
they'll be.
partying. I hear the same thing that you probably hear, but over here it's just like dun 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 dun. And they're rocking right now. All you hear is the bass line.
Yeah, it's the Night of the Dead parties.
No, it's full
'Cause-
moon. All that shit. I forgot. Yeah.
And
The
I know
31st
in
is on what, Tuesday,
right.
Wednesday?
there's probably a few people aren't here on here because a lot of the Michigan crowds at that, what's it called, Gems and Genetics or something like that. That's tonight.
And there's also one at Vehicle City, which is in Flint. They have their Halloween party tonight. That's the one that I posted up on my page.
Here, I'm gonna close up the tent real quick. See you on a spotlight so I can show it.
Oh, yeah, hold on.
Yeah, well,
I
Halloween
always-
is definitely a
All right.
party. And one thing, isn't Halloween like an international holiday?
Wow.
Kinda.
Like for a lot of holidays, it's a holiday here, but it's not a holiday in Canada.
It's pretty much a holiday around the world because of what really happened during this time with like the Templars and everything.
Looks good, Smash.
But yeah, that's pretty much, it's celebrated here in Thailand. It's actually quite fun.
Don't they
I
like
went
like
to Chiang
No,
I went to
it's trick or
Chiang Mai
treat.
and dropped like three doses. That was fun.
Is trick or treat a part of it? Like go to people's house and get candy for kids? Is that
No.
is prevalent?
No, because everybody has gates here at the end of their driveway, so people would have to stand out there, and they're not going to do that.
Well, I assume the whole trick or treat thing is like a modern take on it, basically just to sell a lot of candy.
It's mainly, older kids, or they'll do it by like a little community, but it's mainly upper class.
But
So,
costumes is a thing.
yeah, costumes is big. And there's some pretty cool cosplay costumes out there.
I bet.
This is my central peak. And if you look, like, this is really as high as I can get this light. I mean, I could probably go up a little bit more if I go in there, lift it up, and try to pull all four. I'll be gaining. I don't know. I'm gonna take down this board, put it against the wall. It's like a heat board.
A board? That looks like a pipe.
Well, no, this.
Well, what are you
It
talking about?
looks like
Gaining
drywall.
a few inches?
Yeah, I'll be gaining. Well, once I take this down, then I can hang the light up in the rafters. That's gonna help a lot.
Well,
That's
yeah, I'm not a builder, but I would just say look at it carefully and make sure that you're not dismantling anything that's structural.
I don't think I'm gonna take anything apart. I know this
Yeah.
this is here for there used to be a stove right where this is, like a fire wood stove.
Wood burning stuff.
We took it out when we moved in. Um,
In the summer, that's how I'd be exhausting everything.
oh, so I pull in air from the top. My heater's down there. There's a fan. Then I blow air out right here.
So the grow gets fresh air.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Does your air come in through the top or the bottom?
I have it coming in through the top right now and pulling through the bottom.
Okay, that's completely the opposite.
Well, I think heat rises, so I want to get as much air from the top back down to the bottom.
Yeah, but if you can pull cool air from the bottom and take
I don't
the
need
hot
cool
air
air.
out from the,
I want the heat as much as I can.
well,
I've been trying to pipe this into my fucking heater, to be completely honest. Like,
So it's freezing out. It's freezing
getting
outside.
too cold, and yeah, it's too cold in your basement. You need
not
the heat
well, it does get
in
too
the
cold.
room.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay,
but isn't
now I
this just
understand.
like a few months of the hardcore winter, and then you have a few months of summer,
Yep.
and then you have the middle ground where it's weather's
The middle ground,
not a
you
factor.
treat it like winter time.
But I mean, I don't know. I don't live in the Northeast, but yeah, it gets cold as fuck there, right? Like you're gonna go months where it's in the 30s and frozen outside, right?
Oh, we'll have 0 degree days.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I've never grown in. Yeah. I'm Southern Cal, so yeah, we have like a window, the range, but it's comfortable on both sides, basically. Like we never go below like
30,
40, 30, maybe.
coldest it gets.
And that's just like a couple days. Like over the years, I realized I don't really need to trip too hard on a few of those. Even the heat waves, those are just, when you look at it over a whole year, it's just a few days, right? Like,
Some of us, yeah.
and a lot of times, like even when it came to that, when I used to move air, and so I was dependent on that. I came to a conclusion after so many years. As long as it's like a day or 2, 3, plants can handle shit. It's when it's like a week or 2 weeks of being too cold. Like I had times when it was too cold for a couple days, and sometimes I used to think the plants liked it, right? But if you went too many days, then the onset of that would affect things. Like,
Yeah,
that's just my
once you got
experience.
like the 5, 6 days of it being cold, the plants start saying, "What the hell are you doing?"
Yeah, like even a couple days in the higher temps were okay. When it would be a week or 2 of high temps, oh yeah, and then it wouldn't be happy at all.
No.
I never
A
have
couple
to worry.
days.
I never really have to worry about too hot.
Even over the years, I've had a few times when power was out for multiple days. Maybe 4 was the tops, but 2 or 3. And yeah, I never trip on that. And I just make sure that when it comes back on, I'm usually keep it dark and then even lose more darkness to get back on cycle. But plants were fine. Like, yeah, a couple of times I had to like hand water with a pitcher because it was like 3 days. But yeah, they wasn't like. Now imagine there's a threshold there too. Like, 2, 3 days, no problem. 5, 7 days, a problem. That's just my like experience. Like, yeah, they can handle a couple days of some bullshit. whatever
Damn.
it is. Now, ultimately, that's not the best thing, but
We had
there's,
some-
what do you call it? Versatile. Cannabis is pretty versatile.
I beat the shit out of it.
It tolerates a lot.
I've been
Yeah.
looking at,
Yeah, it does.
so I think
And
what
sometimes those stress like situations does create like a fuck better, like I don't know about better batch, but like some of the times I've grown some
good stresses and
gnarliest
bad
shit.
stresses.
It had some stresses along the way.
Yep. I think that's what the drybacks are. That's just a stress. What was I gonna say? Fuck, I forgot. I was reading. Oh, I kind of want to do a heat pump. You guys know what that shit is?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Well, I
as far
know
as
what heat pump is.
like I could add that to split minis. They
Yeah,
cost
they
more
have, like-
money.
Yeah.
But then here, no, there's never been a time where I need to heat. No, especially because I'm in LED, I'm in HPS, so like AC. So I have like four split minis, but I don't have the heat pump in any of them. No.
I want one for mine. It gets cold here. The
Yeah,
Mitsubishi shop actually closed down right before I went to buy an air conditioner, and they're the only ones that make a heater in their air conditioners here.
Yeah.
Actually, I should go and see if I can't get a new heater, because I got really fucked up last year, and I have this little thing that like magnifies the screen of your phone a little bit, and it's a cheap piece of plastic, and it radiates heat out of the top of it by 2 ceramic bars. And my dumbass, as I was passing out, I turned off the light and set that right on top of it. Went to the bathroom. When I came back, I started to smell plastic. Opened up the door and it was just billowing out.
Well, I sometimes trip on
Oh.
myself because I've lived in this house, which sometimes it's cold and there's times when it's hot, and I have
Dumbass.
2. They're good quality and they work really good window air conditioners in my living environment. But then in my grow, I have 3 2-ton and 1 1-ton split minis that are kick ass and fucking, but I don't have one in the house. I have I sacrifice my own comfort for the plants. They got the split minis. I got the like window jobs that but on my window ones, I do have a heat function. I paid extra because, and if maybe a week or 2 every year, few days here or there, I use the heater function on there. But in the grow, I guess the lights are the heater function. So I don't know
1200
heat pumps.
1200.
Yeah,
BTU.
because you're not using LEDs, you're using HPS. So yeah.
And even the way I have it, I'm oversized. Like I could probably run the one room with just 1 2-ton, but I have 2, right? And
They don't run as hard.
They hardly have to run because they've come down a lot in price. But even so many years ago, the most expensive piece of equipment in in a sealed room setup, or where, yeah, it's split minis. Like now that you can get them for under $2,000, but you get what you pay for, right? The but yeah, those are like the most expensive items. Like everything else, no, your ACs.
Well, my link.
And like I say, you get what you pay for.
1300.
Like some of the ones that are like the knockoff rebrand, or they just, whatever you want to call that, compared to Mitsubishi, Fujitsu, and Daikin. Yeah, and the ones that are really known to be good, yeah, those ones aren't cheap.
So this is the light I want. 1,000 water.
That's 1,000-watt LED.
Mhm.
So now, considering they're supposed to be like so that should cover more than 4x4 space, or it's just 4x4 with
Yeah,
1,000 watts.
no, that's a bigger unit. That's a 5x5, isn't it?
Five
By
by
Grandmaster.
five.
Yeah, so this is the testing in a 5x5 tent. In the middle, it's 1,400. On the edges, it's 12. That hang height's probably 12, and this is 16 inches. 13.
So 5x5 tent. Is there a 5x5 tray? Because see, I've been into most everything I have is 4x8, and I have some 4x4s, right? And then 4x8 trays, 2 HPS lights. You know, some people light them with 3, but 2 will, you could, there's a little fall off on the edges, 3, but that's overkill when you have 3 over 1 4x8 tray. But what I'm saying is, like, since I've been growing 30 some years, everything's been in 4x8 or 4x4 increments. Like even tents, like, oh, 4x4, isn't that the most common tent? 4x4.
Yeah, but they have 5x5s. They have 6x6s. I
But
see everything over
is
here.
there trays for that, or
Yeah.
no,
Yep.
you don't have to
Yep.
use trays?
No, there's
So
trays.
I've always used
There's
trays.
trays.
Like from the beginning of time. Oh, I remember one time when I worked for this other guy for a couple years, and way back, we had rain gutters, but they like, it was just like we built this weird hydro thing where the cubes sat, 4-inch cubes, Blackwell sat in the rain gutters that were 4-inch. And then
Yeah.
water, it wasn't really high. Well, it was hydro, but water constantly flowed. It was called, what's that method?
NTF.
Yeah, that was the idea. Once we scaled it up, because this was pretty big, we had these long rows, and what would happen is the roots in certain plants would block the water from like flowing. Oh, at the beginning, because even
cut them.
Rockwell cubes have indentations. So when you first put them in there, yeah, the water flowed underneath, you get these roots. But then the roots, sometimes we'd have to cut out the roots of certain plants to keep that thing flowing. But like that was in like 89, 90, where I don't even know if there were trays at the hydro store. Like,
no, they weren't.
Like I remember growing in those years where most of what you got was either from the hardware store, Home Depot, that type of thing, and like nutrients and a few items were at the hydro store. But it wasn't like you went to the hydro store and could drive home and have everything you need to grow. No, you still needed to go to Home Depot for a bunch of shit. or the fish store. Like they had a couple pumps in the hydro store, but not, you went to a fish store and then you found out there were dozens of different pumps in size, and it was just,
I can get this many gallons per hour. Hell yeah.
And Granger catalog was like
Line. You ever hear of that company?
I remember where the hydro store didn't sell like very many fans. There were squirrel cage fans, and yeah, the first places I ordered, I guess they're called axial fans, like the round ducting fans that everyone uses today, was through Granger. Like the Hydro Store didn't have it then.
You hear this?
Now they
now?
do.
Uline.
What up, Brez? Come on,
Yeah.
join us.
What's it called?
Uline. They have
What
everything.
is it?
It's literally
Oh,
like
yeah.
a store for like warehouses to order from businesses. But yeah, they have everything. Anything you could think of, they probably have.
Lord.
Well,
Everything.
I don't get it anymore. I don't know why, but I spent many hours just because it was on the coffee room table or wherever at the getting stoned and going page by page in that massive Granger catalog where
Yeah.
I used to get ideas out of that thing. Like, yeah, I probably already said this, but to this day, I still use what's called a Dayton Pool and Spa timer. It's like $300-400. And I first saw it in the Granger catalog. It's for people that have a pool and a hot tub. And what it is it's got two of the mechanical. Oh, now they've upgraded. You can buy mechanical or the digital timers, and each of those are 40 amps, right? And then it has 8. I call it lugs, but 8 slots breaker. So like whatever main power you put into it, you can put 200 amps, 100 amps is what I have in mind, because then half the lights in the room run on one of the timers, half the lights on the other, plus all those other slots become all the other power for everything in the room. So it's like a centralized power unit. Now they sell light boxes and all these different things, but no, I've always used for like 20 some years these pool and spa timer things that yeah, if you have that, why would you need anything else? Because then, well, my electrician who does all the wiring, because he's really good at it, will build 3 4-socket boxes and connect them to it. So then that's where all the lights plug into. And usually, just to make it simple, it's all 220, but I don't really use 220 plugs unless the light itself already has it, because as long as you know you're plugging it into 220, all that matters. So I still just use regular plugs, but it's all 220. But yeah, that's simple. Like, I'm not even an electrician, but I figured out how to set that up and controls 12 lights, like 6 on each side.
Where's the last one? Good and gross.
Yeah, they get a ton of gloves.
Gloves?
Yeah.
Whoops.
You know what
have them. Certain people that work, they wear gloves. I don't ever wear. I don't like them, and I'll just wash my hands or use oil or whatever. But yeah, somehow I never put gloves on.
I try to, if I have them.
I actually go out and get the rubberized gloves, not the thin rubber ones. that you get by like the box of 1,000, but you know, actually outdoor rubberized
these out.
working gloves.
These are spill pallets.
Oh, she used to make us use those for everything.
They have a whole bunch of different like.
Yeah, like refrigerators come with those type of things, right?
Yeah.
Freezers or yeah.
Yeah, but they got a whole. Yeah, this one's cool. I think it's probably the same as Granger, like you're saying, like you're talking about, but it's one
Well,
of
there's
your.
yeah, there's a lot of there's a few companies like now it's the whole internet. You don't even shit. You could just fucking Google search it and find out just about anything your heart desires. Part wise, piece, different stuff.
Alibaba has everything.
Beyond that, yeah. Well, pretty much. Yeah.
Between Alibaba, Lazada, and Shopee, I can buy everything here. Because
I
they're
was
basically outlets for stores that are companies that produce this stuff, or it's their overstock.
I started importing stuff for the company our company Dab OTG, basically e-cigarette components in 2011, when that was before Alibaba was like, well, every year along the way, Alibaba got bigger. And then I remember when it went public stock and now it's like just like people know of eBay, they know of Alibaba. But way back, it was only like what everything was about minimums. Yeah, business owners. And they would say, oh, you got to order 100,000 units or whatever. But then when you actually contacted them, oh, they'd break it down. Oh, you'd pay a little more, but they would sell you anything. Like they were desperate for sales. They had sales rep people that spoke English or kind of did. And yeah, they were salesmen. Like that's what Alibaba was. It was like, yeah, they unleashed the Chinese sales force.
If I was to like take this whole field next to my house and turn it into one greenhouse, I would buy it from Alibaba because they would actually ship it here, have a company because it comes in kind of sections, assemble it here for me. And the price compared to the United States worked out to be like 26 cents on the dollar. And I think that's because basically you didn't have to have all the shit shipped over.
Well, and then if I was in such a situation, depending on the financing, I would use that 26 cents on the dollar to like not just get like a hoop-de-hoop type greenhouse or
no, this
cheaper
is a really nice one.
Like the one thing, yeah, I see certain examples where people have, well, some of these are like $100,000 fucking glass house things with so much cool technology and mix light. And sky's the limit on how much you want to spend, what you can build. There's some, but like at least something like more like that than a fabric type of a some of that gets into some of those
you can
things
get a paneled you can get a paneled greenhouse here with fans, the really big exhaust fans, your electrical boxes. You can get them with shade cloth, and also for like light depth on the inside. They build the runners for those, and their panels They're thick plastic panels instead of the plastic. And 1 acre greenhouse is $750,000 here, and that's it. And that's the fans and
Well, and a lot of
everything.
this gets into that, the ones that cost that much money, those are the type of purchase that will be there 10, 20, 30 years long
Yep.
from now, especially if you maintain them, and you might have to, you know, do a few things. Where some of the cheaper ones, yeah, you might better get a few years out of it before it's, you know, got more issues than it's worth.
I went and seen my friend's greenhouse, and if I get this property, it's the one that I'd be putting up here. And it'll fit basically the side that I want it to fit. And it was 175,000 baht for it. And it's okay, but I could see that you having a lot of repairs around year 5, 6, 7 on it. So for 150,000 baht, you know, you get like 3 years out of it, and just figure 50,000 baht a year. You know, shit, that's only a kilo. Well, greenhouse weed, that's now, you know, 2 kilos, 3 kilos, because greenhouse weed has now dropped to 15,000 to 25,000 baht a kilo. So
But
that
is
works
that
out
like,
to be, let me do this, because
now
2.2.
here, the market, there is like a product that's called Mix Light, right? Which is like, this means that the
400.
greenhouse is also supplemental with some LEDs,
Yeah.
some double-ended. That has like a higher price, and it is usually a higher quality, like what they call Mix Light, which like
Here they just called indoor, because
yeah.
they figured if you have it in a greenhouse and you're adding light to it, then it's indoor.
I mean, I think I don't have the hands-on experience to give the real opinion, but I assume, even though I don't grow anything that would be considered mixed light, but a really nice setup mixed light, like the ones we're talking about, that's probably going to be where the best quality, the best weed comes from. Right?
Yeah,
like
and you're also going to be able to pay almost $4 if you build out a building like that with an open roof and, you know, supplemental light. You're actually down to like $1.50 a square foot in your building cost, where if you had an attached roof, you would be talking, you know, $8, $15 a square foot. And I do believe that, you know, that sun-grown cannabis, and then by adding the added light when you need it on those cloudy days, you know, I think, yeah, it looks just as good as indoor in your basement, in your closed fixed
the one
room.
example that I follow, and he's a good follow, is this place. He's called Turk Mansion. This guy in Humboldt. He's a younger guy that, yeah, he has a really slick operation. End of story. And he has this one, I think it's called the Mothership. That's the main glass house mixed light. But he's got a lot. He's got fields. He's got full indoor, and he also has greenhouse mixed light, but the really, you know, high-tech greenhouses. And yeah, he makes videos and content, and yeah, that's like a dream operation. Like he's rocking it up there. He's got all the right licenses and everything. Like somehow he's vertical. I mean, he does his own packaging, his own brand, his own growing, everything, which is hard to get all that. But he's got it somehow. Actually, if you go to what's his name, Be Real, the Dr. Green Thumb dispensaries, which there's a bunch of them. They're busy spots, successful business. All the pre-rolls are actually his product, and yeah, he got the contract. So
The
yeah,
brand.
he does. He actually shows the whole thing on his Instagram or his YouTube or whatever, where yeah, they roll all these pre-rolls, thousands of them, and then they put them in the Dr. Green Thumb packaging, and off they go to a store near you.
Yeah, it's pretty good flowers. I mean, yeah, it's good shit.
Well, I mean, one thing I've learned with looking at Instagram and stuff, yeah, these looks is looks. I mean, man, if everything was as great as it looked online, well, then there'd be nothing but like dank everywhere you turn, right? Except that, oh, there's still only like a portion of what I consider what's like truly good ass killer weed, right? So, but his looks like, oh yeah, it looks dialed in and all the right strains and thousands of them all, and like, yeah. But I guess I could click on a link and go bing bamp, and probably some store within 15 miles of here, or even less, or even a delivery has his product. It's in metric, but I don't know. It's not like I'm going to wake up and decide to spend 100 or some bucks on someone else's weed. Like, no.
Try an eighth. You got to try an eighth at least. Try an eighth.
I never like, not that I don't spend money on things, but no, I never think of spending money on weed. Now, if I come across somebody, friend that grows or something, and sometimes it's just a trade, or other times, oh, they're like, I don't need any weed. I just need money. If it was right there and it was appealing, but like going out of your way to get it, nah. And to go into one of those stores, nah, nuh-uh. I haven't been in one in like, it feels like 10 years, but it's probably been 8 years since 215 era, where I used to do business with a couple. Actually, one, I managed the indoor grow that was like a few blocks away in this industrial thing, to a dispensary that was popular in San Diego. It was in Miramar. But then the city basically sent out cease and desist and like threatened the landlords of both places, which were different landlords, but they both somehow got this letters like that if they didn't kick us out, then they could lose their property. Like there was a time when they didn't bust you for whatever reason. They would go out, put pressure on your landlord and threaten that he could lose his property. And then next thing you know, like landlords were afraid, like, yeah, that was a period of time in California where I don't know if they could really do that, or maybe they did. Like, but that was like their tactic up and down the state, was to threaten the landlords of any of them that rented any cannabis thing, that they could lose their property. Like that they weren't going to bust the cannabis thing. They were going to just take the property away from the owner.
They tried to pull some same shit here in Canada, well, where I am, anyways. Threatening the, like you said, threatening the owners and shit, the property managers and shit. Crazy.
Well, I mean, that makes all, like, they're just about money. Even over the years, I've seen, and nothing happened to me, but I've had friends that got caught up in things. And when you like hear the story from the inside and how it all goes down, it's always about money and what they could seize and all that. My one friend from Laguna Beach, his dad was a serious property development real estate guy, like big, right? Mainly in the coastal part of Southern California. But over the years, his son, who became like a outlaw grower up in Humboldt, used his dad's real estate, whatever, to buy these massive properties, right? And when they got caught, like, part of the thing was they were trying to go after his dad and his dad's massive wealth from years of being in real estate over his dad owning like relatively a couple cheap ass properties, but his son was using them to grow on. And they were trying to seize, like, it was a case in the federal court down here. They didn't end up getting the properties, but everyone got time that was involved in that. And this house that was on the property, that was like rundown house, but that's where the people lived out of, whatever. When they got raided, the cops poked holes in the wall, and the whole house was insulated with like
$100 bills.
No, with weed, right? like maybe it wasn't the best
Same
weed,
thing.
but like the people that owned that property from years before and built this shack house, insulated it. And so there was all this other weed, like 1,000 pounds of weed that was like the wall installation that they got charged with that they didn't put there. And was probably like years old. It'd been like stuffed in the wall that insulated.
Yeah, that's one thing we're not going to have to worry about is like, cannabis turning into like wine, where as it ages, it gets more expensive. Maybe hash, but I really don't see cannabis doing that.
Hey, these guys got away with it for years. And their deal, that all the weed that they grew, which was a lot, went to Chicago, Illinois, in like a truck, like a real, like a
Semi.
18-wheeler, right? They had one customer. This thing went on for years. And the whole investigation and how it all came down, and it took years before they finally raided the properties and all that, started with like some bullshit with the guy out in Chicago and someone getting busted down the line, and it was the classic rat on rat on rat all the way. It took this was a publicized story back maybe 15 years ago. But it all started how they got busted. It started with the customer's customer, something like that. And this was back when weed was worth a lot of money.
Yeah. I thought it was going to last a little bit here in Thailand, but then I thought about all the greed, and I thought about all the extra weed that was in the United States, and it didn't take long.
The future involves like international trade. So like today, like earlier, we were talking about Kevin Joltry and their experience going over there and the culture and all that. Except that there'd be the same kind of thing that like if that region could ever get exporting and whatever, it would end up being a clusterfuck of fucking exploiters, basically, right? Like the chances of it becoming a healthy thing that the farmers made fair money and everyone along the way and enriched the country. No, not in today's world where money, basically, like now people just have money and they can use their money to make more money, right? That's their only goal with the money, is to make more money with it. And you name cannabis, whatever angle there's people with money using their money to make more money. That's who makes all the money.
Yeah. Money makes money. If you don't have it, it's hard to make it.
Used to be I always felt like I had this niche and I just wanted that niche. I didn't want more or less.
Oh, wow.
And then in the last 5 years since Prop 64, oh no, that niche is gone. And my niche had other people that had their niche off of it too. All that gone. Like real quick, like it's weird how all that, like, that was something that was like entrenched, went on for years and years and decades, 20 years. And even before I came around, there was like this whole network of people that made a fair buck off of cannabis. And then once you legalize it, you took all that away and replaced it with taxes and profits for rich people.
Looks good, Brian. Our hardcore.
It's a shame that's like what happened so fast. Like, I could see if it took 20, 30 years to get there, but man, it just went like that with no resistance. There's no one resisting it.
Ooh, it smells dank in here.
And I think if Thailand would have done it differently and maybe slower and right, it would have promoted other Asian countries. But at this point, I think all the other countries around there probably have no need to do that. Look at the mess it creates. Or like there's no I still figure out where's Thailand's equity in it. They don't have a tax or like even High Times made a post that all the states combined was I think 7.6 billion or something for the tax revenue for the year. But yeah, that's some serious money. That's up there with
well, that's why I think the Thai government, this government, what they want to do is they want to take away recreational for a period of time. During this period of time, they'll be able to set up the taxes, everything that should have been in place to begin with, or at least when they set up the licensing, that you had to fill out tax papers at that time. And even if they would have just made it a straight 10% tax, I think there would have been, that's only 2.75 more than the national tax to begin with. So no one would say anything. But they missed out when cannabis was actually selling for 1,800 baht a gram. and they're not going to implement a tax until after the price has already hit for $500 a pound
Well,
or
considering
30,000 baht a kilo.
the way the world works, pretty much around the world, the fact that this got legalized with no tax as part of it is pretty odd, right? Or like how that happened.
Well,
Even if,
you have to,
like you say,
you
a
have,
basic
you
one.
have to understand what was going on in Thailand at that time. And during that time was the outgoing of the military empowered government. And there was a lot of protesting going on here in Thailand. This is the first time that they've had a protesting like this ever in Thailand, basically. So that party, what they did, and also to try to bring back or entice and make the business owners happy, was to try to get tourists to come back. So if we give tourists cannabis, maybe we can get cannabis tourism, and they see how much money is generated. And they went off Colorado's numbers, I believe. They didn't look at California. They looked at a smaller state like Colorado, which is
and even
basically
Colorado. Remember when it first legalized, you'd see on CNN, they were show stories that people went there on these tour buses and then they drove them around to show them the cannabis. Remember, it was like a tourist thing. There was successful businesses that like catered to cannabis tourism, because at that point, whatever, 10 years ago, it was such a new thing that the place even had cannabis, that people from wherever would travel and then pay to go on this tour bus, and where you could smoke and they'd take you to the dispensaries, because it was such a new thing. Like, if you went for the numbers from that era, I could see where you thought there would be, but that was short-lived. I don't think that's a big thing in Colorado even anymore, right?
I've got a friend now here in Chiang Rai. Since there are so many, the growers that were here have opened up now. I have a friend that all he does is drive people around on like day tours or couple day tours. You can do camping where he brings a tent and all that. Or you can actually, stay at some of the nicer camping resorts that are up here in the mountains. But I got him to actually, in this up and coming season, when they start to flower and the temperatures start to warm up a little bit, and the people come up for Bangkok right before the high season, or it's at the end of Chinese New Year's. So most places give you your vacation during that time because it's slow. So, that's also during the flowering time. So go and book these trips and tell people, hey, I can take you to this many cannabis farms in one day, or we can make the 3-day trip and I can take you to 4 farms that are greenhouses and, 12, 15 others. And to add it as
Cap,
an
as
added
cannabis
attraction here in Thailand.
More normalized, isn't that a business that doesn't have any longevity? Because
if you're a stoner like us, it is, because what you do is when you go and you visit these farms, you actually collect the seeds from these farms.
Well, there's a certain like
It's a
there's a
niche.
certain
It's a
niche, right?
niche.
But like even if you compare it to alcohol, the amount of people that consume alcohol compared to the people that would go on a tour of the place where they make alcohol or they grow, right? Like, oh, how many people drink wine, but how many people like go to the winery place? You know what I mean?
Well,
A niche.
actually, yeah, it's a niche, but they quite do. But
Oh no, the wine.
if you can put something together where like the wine people do, and they'll literally go to 7, 8, 9 different wineries during the day. And I could see that happening to cannabis.
I
It's
think that
just you would be going to like 20 farms a day instead of 8.
well, I think it's a shame that cannabis hasn't modeled itself in a certain sector, just like wine, like even when I'm up in Ukiah or up in that area on the 101, there's all these small wineries that they have their wine tasting thing, and
Yeah.
yeah, there's people, there's the bigger places and the more fancy places, but those same places, like you look at it, a lot of those aren't that many acres, and they have their grapevines. The people that come there can look at them at whatever stage, try the wine, sign up to buy more wine during the season. Why wouldn't there just allow cannabis people to set up the same business? Somehow, like, to me, it's like that's common sense. Like,
Well,
even in that
in the
area, a
United
lot of these.
States, you need to get the consumption laws changed. Once you get the consumption laws changed, then you can have things like that. Thailand really, as long as it's a separate building or even just separated by a door or a cloth, a tapestry, it's separated. So in that, you can have your smoking lounge. Once you're able to go to these places and have a lounge to partake in their cannabis, that's when it will really take off.
Well, two of my friends for years live up there, and they work at wine tasting places as like salesmen. That's how they make their living. And yeah, basically tourists in rent-a-cars for the most part. There are buses and stuff, but most people just drive up to the winery in their car and get shit-faced, right, on wine.
Yep.
Then get back in their car and drive to another place and another place. And so in this area, Sonoma and Mendo, where all these wineries are, yeah, there's a lot of drinking and driving because that's part of the wine tasting crowd. But somehow cannabis is like forbidden, and it's just, to me, it's wrong. Like, if we're gonna get right, then let's just put logic to it, and that would, and even that would then, and have farmers market and have this and have this and this and this, instead of this one system that is completely broke, overpowering, stifling cannabis
for the money.
So I hate to
Because
break
it all
and,
revolves around the money. Because if they had a test that said, yes, you are high right now, then they can give you like a ticket for DUI and get $2,000 out of you and take your license for 6
yeah,
months.
but isn't
If they could do that, then yeah. But they can't
even
do
with drunk
that, so they're
driving,
going to treat it like alcohol.
like, all right, drunk driving, what is it, 0.08? So you can be 0.08 drunk, you just can't be over that, right? Like, well, why wouldn't you apply that to cannabis would be like, well, you can be a little high, you just can't be fucking like shit faced stoned. You know what I mean?
You can
Because
be.
everybody's buys different with cannabis, just like alcohol. But like
Well,
I
first
just got
off,
done saying, there's no way to test that amount in your system, and they don't know what that amount is.
I think that you could probably attribute some traffic accidents and stuff to cannabis.
Oh,
Very,
yeah.
very, very, very small. Alcohol, you can contribute this thing. I've seen hear stats like it's crazy, dude. Like even as we're talking right now, somebody got killed on the road by a drunk driver, like every second in the country or some crazy stat. And somehow that's but then they have this standard when it comes to cannabis where and there's no sign even somebody that stoned is that dangerous, right? Might have like a slower reaction time or be distracted, right? But that can happen anything. Alcohol like does a impairment that but somehow we live with that, but we're like yeah, it's even the I mean, I know the signs here are more about the pills and everything, but you know, they used to have these LED signs that say don't drink, don't drive and drink or whatever. Now they say like don't
Don't
get
smoke
high.
marijuana.
Like don't drink or get high, or they've thrown in like high, which I know that high involves more than just people on cannabis, but
Okay,
yeah.
hey, I got to break in here for a second. So I've been away from the garden for like since I harvested like 4 or 5 days ago, and it's gotten a couple of really hard frosts. Like I think it was 19 the other night. Where like I got a 20-gallon bucket of water that froze solid. I left 2 plants out, 2 of my sharrows, and figuring that they would just be botrytis from head to toe. These things are glimmering with fucking frost, but they're still just kicking it. They don't give a fuck. There's no fucking bud rot on them.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I think is bud rot slowed down during like once it gets cold, like
Oh no,
mold slow down.
when it's cold and it's because the air is usually moisture when it's colder. And no, usually if they get hard frost on them, that next morning they're fucking shot. And these ones, I don't see any of these tips are fucking gone yet.
Now
Wow.
you're gonna leave them up longer, or you're gonna take them down, or they still
No,
need
I
more time?
just to see. But I mean, this whole week's gonna be like, in the teens for lows, so they won't last much longer. But
No.
up north genetics, man, I'm telling you, Cheryl's
Now
got.
wait, are these
No,
the
that
hemp
would be
plants, or are these the cannabis plants?
They were cannabis plants, but they're not marijuana. These are the feral hemp.
oh.
And there's just 2
I'm
plants.
just
There's one right here.
Okay, there you go.
There's a purple one,
Well,
and then there's the green
those are
one.
probably acclimated, survive
Yeah,
pretty much any.
they've been surviving here for 80 some years, 85 years. World War
Yeah.
II.
And we've had floods, frozen, this, that, every kind of weather in that time.
I mean, yeah, look at my breath right now, fucking.
Yeah, I noticed that you're got a real jacket on and fog coming out of your breath, and like just a few weeks ago, things didn't look that bad there. You were out there shoveling compost and enjoying the evening.
Yeah, it was 70 degrees like a week ago or something like that.
But this is normal where you're in Minnesota. You're in a place that like it doesn't just get winter; it gets like
It
the
gets
most
brutal.
hardcore winter in the country, right?
Yeah, it gets coldest in the lower 48. But God, these just look beautiful and they smell so good too. You gotta kind of pinch them, just smell them because of the frost. But
Then maybe tomorrow before the sun starts to set, maybe you should go out and cut them and
I'll probably
enjoy
cut
the
'em right-
last 2 of the harvest.
I'll probably cut them first thing in the morning before they start.
They make
Let
some
the
good fresh
dew
frozen.
shake the dew off of them and let them dry out in the sunlight and get, see if you can't get it dried by the sun on the inside and then bring it in. And
Yeah, that's probably better. Yeah.
yeah, because I think in the sun, even with a little bit of wind, you'll get a little bit deeper penetration of drying it out than if you would if you just kind of like cut it and hung it.
But yeah, well, but my my dry room is a lot warmer than it is out here. It's gonna be cold tomorrow. It's not gonna be above freezing. So even though
Well, how'd you do with the rest of everything?
I'm pleasantly surprised. I mean, I didn't get I'm not gonna be retiring or anything by anytime soon, but I wonder if the top of my well
but
is
you'll be
closing.
smoking good, right? Some
Oh
of it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, shit,
You can smoke it.
I've been smoking. Here's my frozen snail pond. There's still some water in there. I just broke through it.
Well, because you had some different varieties of
had maybe eight or so in the end that I kept all the way to the end. Maybe even more than that. I did a horrible job keeping track of them. So I mean,
well, when you light it up, you'll probably tell you what they are.
I have a damn good idea of what everything is. I'm sure once they once they start going into jars and shit too, I'll be able to tell. But here we got a bunch of the Cheryls hanging. These big old fuckers.
Oh fuck!
That was a cat's tail.
Come on, get down there, shithead.
So you plan on trimming all this up and sealing it up yourself?
It's frozen on my side.
Yeah, all winter.
Yeah, he's gone now. All right. So guess he's gonna trim it all up. Smoking banana
Hey,
guys. Oh gee, just fire.
he lives in Minnesota. He doesn't have anything to do for a couple months out of the year because of the snow.
Go.
Now, one more time. What the heck? So loud completely.
There, now I'm back. I think.
Somehow I imagine like there's probably two type of people that live in that winter environment. Some that hole up and basically, homebound more during that time, and others that just keep on trucking. And I have a feeling Ryan's the keep on trucking. Like he'll be out there somehow doing something in the most frigid winter, that temperatures and conditions, it doesn't faze him.
Oh yeah, I'll fuck a bitch outside in 20 below.
Yeah. Like I already know. I especially myself, and at this age, oh no, like anything below, oh no, I'm not moving past the fireplace.
Fuck that shit.
Well, I moved to Thailand.
Yeah, I don't have a lot
snow.
of experience, but I've been in a few places where it was like really cold for a few days, and I was like, oh hell no, that shit hurts.
When I flowered out in Michigan in 2015, 15, We had 83 days below zero for that winter. Not 32 0 freezing, but 0 0. That was a cold ass winter and dry as hell.
That's where you need the proper gear to wear and socks and all the right stuff.
Breathing that air hurts.
Yeah, I hate cold and snow.
Yeah.
And it sucks because I'm in Canada. We see
Well,
enough.
living in Cleveland, and I was only just over a mile off the lake. It would come in. And yeah, I learned really early on which way to park my car in the morning. So when I got up in the morning, I didn't have to take the rubber mallet and beat my door that hard to get the ice off of it to open it.
Yeah.
Because that air would come down from you guys up there in Canada, and send it down over the lake. And man, half-inch ice on your car in the morning when you got to go to school or work sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not necessary to live like that. There's
I'm only-
no reason to live like that at
I'm only
all.
4.5 hours south of Canada. So sometimes if the wind is right, I drive up there and I fart into the wind. Because then when I'm at the border, I'm like 2 hours south of Winnipeg. I think I'm 5 hours south of Winnipeg altogether. But I like to just get to the border and then I fart into the wind and hope that my farts make it to the big city.
Winter peg.
Too bad the winter don't go that way.
It goes north sometimes.
Doesn't half of humanity pretty much live in like frigid winters? Like when you count all the people on the planet, like what percent like live in a place that gets unbearably cold for a few
That at
months?
least snows. You know, like all of China and fucking Russia. I mean, snows in Japan and shit too, doesn't it? Or is it just
Well, on the top
On
of the
the
one
mountain.
mountain, I think.
One mountain.
On the mountain.
But that mountain's high as hell.
Up mountain gets full of snow.
Oh my. Thanks, Agnes Beckett. I've been smoking on these blueberry muffins for fucking a couple weeks already.
Over the course of the next year, you guys will get to see that mountain in Japan. Japan is one of the countries I'm going to go to. I think when I go to fly back, I'm just going to take like an extra 10, 14 days in the middle of my flight and like go visit Japan.
Compared to like some of the other countries, Vietnam and Laos and Thailand, Japan's expensive or like more expensive than other places, right? Like on average, just like a hotel, a rent a car, food, everything more money
Weed.
there, right? If there is weed, right? They're pretty uptight about it there, right?
Yeah, like really good indoor is like $60 to $80 a gram.
Why are they so uptight about it? Is
I
it
have
because
no idea.
they're just like they're rigid with laws there? Yeah.
But you can get shit-faced drunk.
Well, you can pretty much get shit-faced drunk anywhere in the world for thousands of years somehow. Yeah. Like, God forbid we were ever to like, well, Colorado, when they first passed their thing, some of the wording in it was like involved alcohol. Like like some of it was like, I forget how they politically made that argument, but yeah, at this point,
I know it's getting hot.
considering the rules, the laws, the heavy-handedness of it, like, and that on the other hand, alcohol that creates way more negative side to it somehow is okay, but cannabis, oh, we can't have public use, or we can't have this, or only like this, and yeah, that's stupid. Like, that's not freedom. Like, somehow we're not, there's no freedom.
No.
I think one
I
day,
see.
like a couple generations from now, it'll get there though, because yeah, like reality will sink in, the truth will surface. Like next generation, the next further generations away from the propaganda, and then we'll see it in a totally different perspective.
That should be like right now.
Well, I think, like, you know, I don't have kids myself, but I know my brother's kids that are, well, now they're teenagers and a little older, but even, yeah, like kids that are 6, 7 years old now, or kids, like kids are constant. So yeah, they like, well, one thing is a lot of the propaganda was
War
what you
on
were
drugs
taught
is
in
over.
school. Like, that's what they said to you in school. That's what they said to you in these books. That's what they like had that. If they keep teaching that, well, but I at a certain point, I think that won't be taught anymore, right? Like, you can't make up
Well,
lies about it.
exactly. That's the whole thing. And, you know, it just comes down, and here in Thailand, I see a lot of it. I know a family that their son was really stressed out because his business went south and everything like that. His mother's really overbearing. She puts a lot of pressure on him. He had a nervous breakdown. But because he smokes pot, the family blamed it on the cannabis and literally sent him to a rehab center. The rehab center called the family and said, your son doesn't need to be here, but he does need to be in a home that he can relax and go to meetings for a couple weeks. Well, he ended up at this place for a month and a half, and his family thought that it was all because of his cannabis use. But even the drug treatment center that they sent him to actually told him, no, he's just really stressed out and he needs to talk to psychiatrists and psychologists. He doesn't need to talk to drug counselors. He doesn't have a problem with drugs. He's got a problem with dealing and handling stress.
Well, I mean, even that, like, okay, rehabs used to, like, adolescent rehabs would take in, parents would like commit their kids because they caught them smoking weed and stuff, right? I imagine there's still some crazy parents like that, but I think, like, yeah, that's kind of ridiculous, right? Yeah, I think over generations, the further we get away from the propaganda, then a new perspective will arise. Now, the problem is, who's going to influence that perspective? And if corporate cannabis is like the thing, Oh, they'll use all their marketing and techniques to mold the you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, that's the danger.
Yep, that's why we need to educate, educate, and educate. Because there's people out there that,
Oh no.
are in government power that have no clue about any of this stuff. That's how a lot of shit gets, passed. It's like, well, I don't know anything about this, but you're my friend. Which way are you voting? Oh, I'm going to vote this way. Okay, I'll vote that way.
Well, I mean, I imagine like from first grade on, there's maybe certain spots, there's like cannabis education, right? That like that system takes a long time to change anyway. But I imagine they're still like teaching the same shit from the 60s, 70s, 80s, like the rhetoric, the propaganda. That's still like being spewed out within like the education system, I imagine, right? Like it's not like the war on drugs and that whole mentality went away.
Nope. Oops. No, it's still there. And,
But I
there's
mean,
a
I don't
lot of
know how much
families and a lot of people that think, cannabis is still that illegal, bad thing. And, even with all the reports that you can show them, it never change their mind because it's just installed that cannabis is a drug. Drugs are bad.
yeah, and a
And then
lot
they're
of
doing
like
heroin in the
all
bathroom.
those little things that like are instilled upon you when you're young, right? A lot of it comes from education, parents, whatever. Yeah, a lot of that, like if you went through the whole book of it, is like total propaganda, like like things that are not true, not fact, that they've been spewing like endlessly for 50 years. And they haven't stopped that really.
Not,
Like that part comes slower, I think, but like eventually you're gonna have to rewrite the books and put the truth in there. Or not.
No one's ever
we're
offered me free drugs from a van. Well, actually, they probably have. Now to think about it.
Your hair wasn't long enough.
I keep it in a bun.
Actually, we're getting close to 90 years since they released Reefer Madness. Wasn't that 1934?
And not that long ago, really. Like when you think about it, not that long. Like as
Well,
much
that's
as it's
almost
our
100
time and
years now.
we're living in right now, like we're in as far as like wherever cannabis is going in the future, yeah, we're just in the infancy stage of the change. It'll take 90 years. If it took 90 years to make it like this, it'll take at least 90 years to unwind it, just in the generational part of it. And that's if you like teach the truth, which I don't see that somehow there's a disconnect where states are legal, feds are ready to make it legal, but still cannabis is bad. Right?
It was
Like,
1936, Captain.
Yeah, I was just getting to that. 1936.
and some of the stuff that happened back then were, what do you call it? Yeah, were
Hill.
there was there was influence from business. There was a lot to how Reefer Madness and what it was about, right? And one thing I think it's not just our government, or I think it's a human thing. Yeah, we never really go back and able to admit our wrongs or faults or stuff. Like that's not part of like, so it's but on this, that's kind of what would have to happen, right? Like you'd have to go back and then be like, yeah, we had it wrong, right? We learned that the truth here, but then we had it wrong. No, we're just going to whitewash over that and let it linger. Like they're never going to say, oh yeah, Reefer Madness and everything that happened in the 40s, 50s was like complete propaganda that we, were wrong about. Or you don't even have to call it propaganda, information that you were wrong about. In their quest to demonize cannabis, right? Like if you want the 7 or 8 or whatever $billion in taxes every year, well, at least like come true. But that's a fantasy. At least over here, like somehow 100 years from now, cannabis will still be some like bad thing. Maybe not. Maybe in 100 years, like it'll the truth will come back. But I don't know. It's not coming back soon. All that they care about is money.
Cheers.
Cheers, everyone. There was a movie called Spun that came out in 2002. I might have to watch that one.
Spun? A movie?
Yeah.
Is it about? What's it about?
Drug use. So I would suggest probably psychedelics. I'm reading the reviews right now.
Somehow
the
when you
overview, it doesn't say anything about it.
It sounds like a meth movie on first
It's got
glance without
4.2
Spun. Like that's what I used to call people that I knew that were like too methed
Spun out.
They were spun.
Well, people that
Other
took
things
too
get you
much
spun.
L and couldn't talk
Yeah.
to you. That's when you were spun.
Yeah.
When all you could do was laugh at people.
I've seen,
to
I
me
mean,
a lot.
even though like it's like out of a million people, and then I know of 1 or 2 people that I knew from when it happened, and now it's like 20, 30 years later, and yeah, like a rare occasion somebody takes acid and then like really just loses it, like they're never the same or even close to the same as they were. Like
the airline pilot that was on mushrooms that went into the cockpit and tried to crash the plane. And it was an Alaskan Airlines pilot that was off duty. So he was actually flying, in the cabin, and they let him up into the cockpit, and he was on mushrooms. And I guess he tried to
he probably thought that those pilots
dive.
He probably thought that those pilots were like crashing the plane. He had to save it, or who knows? Like, it sounds like he went nuts, but yeah.
But when the article first came out, though, it made him sound like he was like one of the pilots that was actually flying the plane. And it was like, okay, that would have been a totally different story. And over here, there's certain airlines that they locked the doors. They locked everybody in before they even let anybody board the plane.
Well, like
Besides
now,
us
like
disabled people.
isn't it almost impossible to be an airline pilot and be an alcoholic? But there was an era where like airline pilots and alcoholism was like synonymous. I remember like, yeah, I maybe they didn't. I think even in the 80s, it wouldn't be uncommon to see the pilots at the fucking bar in the airport before they boarded the fucking plane. Even I mean, like,
Yeah.
I know they clean that up at a certain period and test them or.
They just made it a pilot's lounge. That's all. Gave them
But
a
like,
separate
yeah,
place where
like the
people
last
can't
thing you
see them
want
drink.
is a drunk driving jet pilot, right? But and even if they weren't like drunk, they were hung over or been drinking on the layover or whatever. Oh wow, that's a recipe for disaster. I'm always
Well, at
amazed
least
with
you,
the stats of like how many thousands, tens of thousands of flights every day, and it is still pretty gnarly, the whole event of taking off and landing and everything, that so few like it's almost like we beat the odds there, like, oh, we're human, there's mistakes. Oh, there's things that definitely have happened, but like considering how many thousands of flights a day there is, like flying, like they say, flying safer than driving or some shit. That's hard to believe, but all right. Even that the planes that are pretty old and get maintained and fly constantly and structurally go through a hell of a lot in the process of taking off and landing. Yeah, that they last for so long. I know they cost a lot to build and or use all the best materials, but like statistically, it's pretty good.
well, think about it this way, here in Thailand, there's literally a road death every 30 minutes.
I think, like, I mean, our country's pretty big and has so many cars. Yeah, our highway numbers are pretty bad, pretty like sobering when you hear them.
Yeah, but you're also dealing with a country that, is completely opposite, really, of metropolitan Europe or even
But
Asia as far as the traveling goes by train.
those same numbers show like, oh, there's our cars with airbags and even the roads and the way they pretty safe. Like ultimately, as far as like fatalities and uh your chances of crashing and pretty horrifically and somehow not getting killed is pretty good with the safety stuff in most cars.
That's why you sit in the back of a plane, because planes don't back into mountains.
No, the gnarliest thing is like when you fly into somewhere where it's like whatever amount of feet of snow and you land, and then when you're taxiing, like from the window, the wall of snow is like X feet high, and you're thinking, holy shit, we just landed in the middle of this fucking blizzard like it was nothing. Like that shit always tripped me out. Like when I flew to different places on the East Coast and north. Yeah, it would be like 6 feet of snow that, and we would still just land. They would have the warmers on the runway or whatever they do. That always like tripped me out.
Stuff coffee.
Well, what are you smoking, Green Fingers?
That was the Banana God OG. I'm down to
Now
like
this
the
was from the crop from
yeah.
a little while back, indoor.
Yeah. And there's the last nug at the top.
Hella,
Your next
Like a
one
big-
should be
big
coming.
chunker.
I'm gonna
Chunker of-
kick her ass.
But yeah, this thing was a whole cola full of this good maple flavored cannabis, brown sugar, molasses. It was amazing.
Yeah, I'm almost out of maple syrup.
So I'm gonna pop more of those this time. Coming up soon. Still got a lot of others.
Hey, it's Bud's house.
Hope you all enjoy your stay.
I gotta find some pot. Let's see. Gorilla Indoor.
We used to watch school a lot.
Psycho Man, what you
Come
smoking?
on. Yeah. We used to watch
What was that from a movie?
Cool Runnings.
Oh,
I could tell you that right
haven't
now.
seen that.
If I didn't, yeah. I was like, that's cool. Right? That was great.
There's no
West
way in
Side
hell this is indoor.
No,
Yeah,
there's
they
we-
don't make.
now.
Am I just wrong? But they don't make movies like they used to. Like, when was the last like just funny or like movie like that? It seems like they've stuck in the movie business.
I mean,
Where
Yeah,
some of the
but-
corniest, weirdest, like low budgety type movies become these like epic classics
Class
or that
culture.
last forever or timeless. But then I don't think we're in the last 10 years, there's been many movies like that. The way the industry works now, it's different with Netflix.
No,
and
it's all
everything else.
drama and war and terrorism. We've gotten away from comedy and slapstick.
there's still comedy. It's just not good.
Yeah, it's all that's
Right,
shit's
too.
hard. It's hard. Even at the time when those movies came out, they weren't appreciated as they like grew into their like, you know what I mean? Like some like cornball movies. We don't
Like all
make any
the
cornball movies. Maybe there are.
Baseball.
Oh, there was a lot of different ones, right?
I miss Blazing Saddles, stuff like that. Like that style of movie. Like
All
joke
those.
after joke after joke after
What
joke.
was that guy?
joke,
Mel.
joke.
Yeah.
Fuck. That dude was funny as fuck. Mel, whatever his name was.
And
He made a bunch of funny ass shit.
great.
Look at this, man. So I stopped at a place the other night and the guy gave me some different bud to try. This is fuzz and it was on the inside of bud. So when I pulled it apart, it's some sort of white fuzz.
So it was moist
Kind of like,
when you put it in the bag.
no, it could have been.
Meant for you to eat.
Well,
It
I would
was
advise do not smoke
That's
that.
indoor. That's indoor, and it smells like outdoor. I ain't even gonna smoke that. I'm gonna take that
No.
back to him and say, dude, what the fuck is this?
Well, white fuzz could be a couple different things, but not good.
No.
Botrytis is the largest.
Yeah, but that would have made all the bud right around it almost crumble, and this didn't. So yeah, we're definitely gonna put that in another piece of plastic and take it back to the shop. I'm actually getting quite a bit of free weed lately. People want me to try, in my opinion, on this strain and that strain. I've probably in the past week, ever since the pictures came out here in Shanghai with me and a few other people, people have been like giving me weed to try and want my opinion, and
Nice.
they're actually taking the criticism. They're listening to what I have to say. Let's see if they do anything about it, but at least no one's cried.
Yeah, I have a couple. There's a couple people that mail me or send me stuff to try. They'll say, "Try this out. Let me know." Okay.
Yeah, I get like a gram at a time, but it's all right. Usually, if they're weighing it up to give me something, I tell them just to make it 2/3 of a gram. Because when I put my tip in to the roller, that's all they can basically fit in is 3/4 of a gram.
Uh-huh. Oh my.
And I've actually noticed a reaction with the shop owners when I tell them, no, don't give me a full gram, just give me, enough to roll a joint. And they seem after that to be a little bit more freer with their weed too. Like, you want to try a couple more?
Well, yeah, because
sure.
because like there's probably the other person comes at him and says, "Oh, wait, a gram? Can you make it like 2.5? Because that's how much I need to make a joint." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Tries to work it for as much as he can, and yeah,
yeah.
But like, so you're talking about 3/4 of a gram, like.
Yeah,
I guess I
rolls a joint.
I can't. I never go like. I mean, I've weighed an eighth or a quarter, but like I never like gone. Oh, here's just 1 gram. Well, yeah, I have like fucking 20 some fucking 30 years ago in a whole different life, but no, I don't even know what it like a gram like. Yeah,
like the shop that I went to last night, the guy's wife, for something for her to actually kind of do as part of the job, she sits down, and I'll show you here in a second, all the packs. She'll sit down and she'll, instead of putting bud in like a glass jar and pulling it out that way every time somebody wants a bud, They have a jar that you can see with the flower in it. And then you'll get a package like this. And they charge 350 baht for their top shelf indoor. And this is actually called laser fuel. And this one is actually pretty good. But I just couldn't pass up the deal they gave me on the 15 grams. And this one's called Yike. And it's by Exotic Genetics.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're both exotic. Well, laser
Yeah.
fuel, it's laser fuel on here. What does yours say? Laser gas or laser fuel?
Laser fuel.
Yeah, laser fuel
So,
right here.
so,
Laser girl.
so that
That's
probably like from like the same farmer in Thailand, and then he purchased those seeds, or those seeds are in country, or he mailed away for
Yeah.
them, or
Yeah, they got shipped in. I know the people that actually grow this.
now, how do some brands have more awareness than others over there when it comes to this? Like did Exotic do some marketing over there, or
I think it basically the reason why Exotic and in-house got really big here is because like the number 3 or 4 cannabis guy, he brought them into the country and he was selling clones of them right at the beginning. And he was selling clones for like 5,000, 6,000 baht a clone for Exotic Genetics. In-house was like 4,000 baht a clone. And I forget the other company that they were running at the time, but they were only like 2,500 baht a clone. They didn't say, oh, it's sour diesel, so it's this price. It's this one, so it's this price. They just marked them all the same.
Oh, yeah.
So,
The third one you were talking about last
but
time.
they were like legit genetics.
well, some of them are. And then some of them, you know, you walk in and it's like, okay, this one's an auto flower. This one's an auto flower. But it's still on the exotic menu because it came from a Western country. The seeds did. This Yikes actually kind of smells good. This guy grows hydroponically.
That's cherry gelato.
Well, I
Lemon
mean, but
cherry
over
gelato
time,
stuff in
the
there.
only things that are going to sell through are well done, good genetics, you know,
Cheap.
yeah, but you know, like eventually, like all the bullshit will just end up sitting on the shelf, and the consumer will always just be getting more educated or more, and you know.
Well, my friend, his shop, a bunch of the Westerners were complaining because he literally he's got the local Thai that he sells on commission for the Thai farmers. And their price is like 400 to 450 baht a gram for their indoor. And then you have top shelf exotic, and he probably has 15 to 20 of those. Those are 350 baht. But if something's been sitting around his shop or it's really small buds, he'll move it down to the 150 baht part of his menu. And the other shops are like, well, we're trying to get 600. We're trying to, you know, keep prices at this and that. And I'm like, no, this guy's got it right. He's buying 50 grams at a time. And if he doesn't sell through it in 2.5, 3 weeks, he moves it down to the 150 baht. He makes a little bit of money, but he's always changing, and he's got the freshest and best weed in town.
Well, that seems like a model for success. Like that's the way to run it.
Exactly. But the other stores that are sitting on shit that they bought, kilos of at 250,000 baht, and they're complaining because they're sitting there with weed that's a year old and they can't sell it because they're still asking 600 baht a gram for it, or 500 baht. And the market here in Chiang Rai is, my Death Star, I would have a hard time getting 500-600 baht a gram for it here in Chiang Rai. And Bangkok, I could probably, even Chiang Mai, I could probably get 800 to 1,000 baht a gram, but not here. Here is, half price.
Well, some of that's the economy, right? I mean,
it's all the economy.
Yeah. All right. Well,
there are a lot of younger Thais that are buying the more expensive weed. But I even have noticed a lot of them, passing over some of the more expensive weed to go after some a little bit less expensive weed. But, they've got to also understand that they're smoking out of bongs, basically. And they're doing way too big of bong hits. I actually showed one guy the other night that the amount that he put into the bong, he could actually get 3 huge hits out of it instead of just sucking it in at one time and immediately exhaling. So I got him to hit it the 3 times like I would have, or any of us back in the States, and not pulling it through. But I got him to clear the tube 3 times, and I converted someone else because he actually got a lot higher for a lot longer period of time.
Right on.
And, they are spending a lot of money for a gram of weed, but they are kind of conscious about, how much they are getting for their money. But
well, I mean, if you have a
doing
gram
like a half
of weed,
a gram in a bong hit, though. You don't need a half a gram in a bong hit.
Don't they have
Holy fuck.
we used to have like one hitter bowls or snaps, right? Like when weed was super expensive, they were bong hits that were really like little snaps. Like, that when you smoked weed that way, it went a long way. Like if you took like relatively, little one hitters
Yeah.
on a bong.
But, they want to be the big man that takes the big hit that everybody looks at. And,
Well, but then that's some of the culture too, right? I mean, even people I know like are on Instagram taking like 1 gram dabs or half gram dabs, these massive
like
dabs,
mace.
like mace, and there's a whole bunch of these hash heads people that like if it was about getting high, that amount, like if you made even someone that wants to get that high, if they took it in like 3, 4, 5 regular hits, you get Like if you did that within an hour or a half hour or one, oh, now you're talking like you're ripped. One of those giant hits, your lungs are only able to take in what it take in that second that or millisecond that it's
Finger
exposed.
dabs.
So I know it looks cool and all, but yeah,
You're not getting everything out of it. You're wasting money, and that's what I'm trying to explain to them is you're wanting to smell and you're buying it off the smell when you're smoking it through a water pipe, and you should be basically buying it for the high, because the taste is going to pretty much stay the same because of the water. So, you know, why not spend 150 baht on something that gets you just as high, if not a little bit higher, than spending 350 baht on something that smells nice in a jar? Or at least roll a joint.
People consume
joint.
cannabis in different ways, especially at different stages in their, life.
Smoking.
Like I kind of remember when I was a teenager and we used to smoke in the bushes across from school. Yeah, amongst the guys, we would take these gigantic bong hits of like commercial weed. Like whoever could take the most biggest hit was like a thing. Like, yeah, but that was when I was like 14 years old or some shit. Like,
so the yikes doesn't taste too bad. That's what I ended up rolling up. But like I said, the guy grows hydro, so it burns clean, it tastes clean. It's just nothing to write home about. But we'll see about the high. The guy's got a pretty big, well, he's actually got 4 facilities besides his outdoors.
well, and most likely this is something that has been doing for the last year.
He started this during medical.
Oh, so he's got a few years under his belt.
Yeah, but he doesn't grow himself. He has people that he hires. He hired some Westerners to grow for him.
Oh, well,
He's an engineer, so he designed the buildings and everything like that, and all the rooms and everything.
well, I mean, if
he
he
don't
brought
know
in
anything
somebody,
about.
a Westerner that knew the basics, well, that cut a lot of corners. If he didn't know the basics, right?
Yeah, and the guy's doing an all right job. It's just, when you do hydro, you can get it to a certain level, and then it takes a little bit of work to get it to the next level in hydro. But pretty much if you can put part A and part B in, you can get a decent harvest off of hydro. There ain't nothing wrong with it.
A little micro.
Well, a lot of that gets into like, do they have the whole other environment dialed in as far as like,
oh yeah,
and the guy's an engineer. Well, that's what you need when you're trying to build out something and maximize efficiency.
Yep.
Hey, cheers, everyone.
Hey, Jeff.
Hey, Jeff, how's it going?
Hey. So I was wondering, I was surprised, thinking about why there's no hash there in Thailand from in the past. I guess because
there is hash
something,
here.
huh? Yeah,
there is hash here.
nice.
It's here by the ton. Imported hash is here.
Just imported though. I mean, there was the Thai sticks, but that was the most
before
intense one.
before I left to come home for the 10.5 months, I had to turn down a deal because the hash wasn't getting me high, and I was buying it basically for me. But I turned down a kilo of Nepalese hash for 3,000 US dollars.
Oh shit.
You know, that was all the hash that I was giving away at the hash bash and out in Ventura. I gave
Oh, I
Bud
remember
some of
that.
that hash.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really good hash from what people
Yeah,
were
that's right,
telling me. It
Nepalese.
was just, it didn't really
Mhm.
work for me.
Might be the closest.
Well, I imagine that in Thailand, with everything, there's more import hash than is available in Los Angeles. Because, like, oh, I know where there's all the rosin and full melt and this, that, fucking THCA and diamonds and blah, blah, blah. But no, as far as like hash that's like from Moroccan
From
or
Morocco.
Pakistan or
Yeah.
any of the other uh even if it was whatever quality it was, right? It's you can't compare that to some 6-star rosin, right? But I would like that. Like I remember when that used to be things that, like, when weed was really dry sometimes in the 80s, all that was around was hash. The bricks of Lebanese blonde hash or darker hash.
Yeah,
Some
not
batches
in the
were better than
Midwest.
others. Some of those hashes were better than others.
Yeah, a lot of it went to Europe and still does.
Yeah, I mean,
There's
it's
a
not like
guy
they don't
here in
still
Bangkok
produce that hash.
called the Bud Tender, and he touts himself on having 6 to 9 different imported hashishes at a time, plus all the local done stuff. I thought it was funny when I walked into a shop and they said, "Oh, we have Thai stick hash." It's like, how'd you make it then? Well, we made it from Thai stick. Well, you know, Thai stick isn't a strain, correct? Now, if they would have said, well, we took it off our hands after we were rolling the sticks,
Yeah.
then, you know, I could understand it being that, but no.
Yeah, I can see some kind of scars. You know, if the conditions are too moist, you know, some charas or something to do with the leaf and leftover material that they're not going to smoke. Still so much
I'm gonna
resin on it.
Next year, I'm gonna actually, when I do have extra product, I am gonna try to make my own Thai stick from indoor weed. Or at least really sticky outdoor greenhouse weed. But I want to make my own Thai sticks up. You know, go the full 9 yards, go and get the silk for it, tie it with silk.
Yeah, man, that stuff is tied to a stick, man.
So
Yeah, but
pack
yeah,
of
and you need the
seeds.
weed though, the good weed, the good
I had
Thai
a
stick weed.
I had some Thai weed that I sent to Peter, some seeds, and I found one of the packs yesterday, and I took it to the group of farmers that I met with, and they called it, I forget the name of it already, but there's like 3 or 4 really well known and sought after strains here in Thailand. And this happens to be one that like no one can find. So I had Thai farmers asking me for these seeds last night, and they were like, "Can you get more?" So I gave Peter like some I gave him some squirrel's tail, a couple different ones. But then I gave him a couple other ones, and this one is like, you know, maybe 13 seeds a pack, not 20 to 25 like the other ones. But yeah, I've actually got Thai farmers asking me for these seeds because they have never come across them. They've only heard about the strain, but have never grown it.
Nice. Yeah, that's exciting, dude. Getting like totally
Yeah.
new varieties from around the
I
world.
thought
That
it said
hopefully we'll
squirrel's
both
tail.
find out
That's
about over here.
that's what I
Uh-huh.
thought. I thought it said squirrel's tail on the package, and the guy goes, "No, it says this," and I'm like, "Oh, okay."
But also, you know, Jamaica, so they don't have their own hash or sip type concentrate, anything like that. I mean, maybe Charis also, but that's
No,
that's
they've got bubble bags here. They're
yeah.
bubble hashing it up. They really
Just
haven't gotten to the
historically.
pressing part yet, where they're
I mean,
making,
Jamaica's
you
probably
know,
not as old.
taking the bubble hash and pressing it
Mhm.
for the rosin.
Uh-huh. Yeah, nowadays, but historically, because
Yeah,
Morocco, you know, has their hash, and
well, everybody
they're
has
somewhat
their
dry,
hash.
but you know, they're not cold. They
I,
do sip.
I I was getting hash off the Orange. I think it was Orange Hill and Jamaica, which is the one that High Times did an article on, which actually helped me sell the hash that I had because it was hand rubbed Charis. It
They
was
say orange. Sorry, Cap.
sorry, D. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying. They say Orange Hill is always the best in Jamaica. Orange Hill.
Yeah. And I was getting this hash in 1997. And at the beginning, I bought 50 grams and it cost me $750. And I could never get it below $8 a gram, even buying it by the kilo.
Uh-huh. Because Thailand also, you know, well, I was gonna say with silk, I mean, they had access to silk, which was one of the early requirements.
All you need is, you know, your silk screening, nylon silk screen, really, and, you know, just use 110 micron.
Yeah,
You're all
yeah.
good to go.
Yeah, I just mean
no,
historically.
they have different sizes, and you can go into the shops. The one shop found out after I hit their hash, when they made their first big bag of hash, they had all the different screen sizes, and they all had them in 1 gram pricing, and they all kind of priced the same. So I went through and said, okay, you know, they said, oh, we got a ton of hash, and they pull out the one number. It's like, okay, let me see the other end spectrum of the numbers. Oh, we didn't get much of that. Okay, I'll take all of this. You don't want any of this? No, no, I just want these 3 bags right here.
Nice.
And
That
I'll
was in
take
a market.
everything you have.
That was in a
No, it
marketplace
was
type
at the
thing.
shop.
At the shop.
Yeah, because they weren't aware of being able to charge more for certain bag sizes. You know, they didn't, they were understanding that they weren't getting as much out of the bags as they would go through them. But, you know, they weren't, it wasn't equating to them that less hash, more money. It was all one price.
Oh shit! There we go.
But no, there's been hash here all the time. It's just actually, quasi illegal because is hash a concentrate or a collective of triclones? If it's a concentrate, then it's still illegal here in Thailand.
Oh, wait.
That's why I need my medical paper, because
Understood.
my medical cannabis papers are written for concentrate.
Mhm.
And not flour.
Looks good, Garden Grows. Welcome.
Cheers.
What are we looking at?
Someone muted.
Garden
Yeah,
Grove
I think he's muted.
there.
Mm,
The garden
No.
was off.
Why am I
No,
not-
his sound is something's wrong on his end. It's not muted. Nice plants though.
Yeah.
Our plant.
Yeah, he's not. Looks like he's not connected to audio.
Maybe it's too noisy in there or something. Yeah, really nice.
Mm. Oh yeah, there we go. Garden.
There it goes.
No
Yeah.
audio now.
It's nice fabric pots with like straw or something on top.
Yeah, man.
And interesting catch buckets. Never seen catch buckets like that.
You hear
Now we
that way.
just need a picture.
testing.
Use big water heater plastic, for my catch on big fabric pots.
There.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Hey, Garden Grows.
Hey,
Hey,
there we go.
Steve.
We can hear you.
Yeah, you
Nice,
can hear
nice
me.
plants.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Figured I'd pop on and show I'm getting about a week and a half away from harvest from the indoor. Trying to figure out this phone. I've only been on here once before, so I'm like a newbie with the Zoom here. So.
It's all good.
And don't worry, they change it periodically and I can't get it to work sometimes. There we go. Now we got picture and sound.
Right on.
Yeah, got the outdoor
Yeah,
house
those were
here. In the dry room.
Nice.
Yeah, so how's everybody doing?
All right. Good way to end the show tonight. Whoops.
Hold on.
Turn off the garden.
Yeah, nobody's showing off their gardens tonight. I was trying to get people to show them, but
My address is P.O. Box.
Steve stealing my line.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know those were your lines.
I'm the beggar.
so what's up, D? How you doing, buddy? Where's Fumie, man? Is he coming back ever or what?
Yeah, he'll be back soon.
Yeah.
He'll be soon as that 3
Before
months.
I forget, what strains did you have going there?
Yeah.
I figured out how to put the video on and talk. So hold on. Can you guys hear me? There's like a lot of fans going.
Yeah, we can hear you 5x5.
All right. So this is it's a strain that came from Colorado called Copper Mountain. I don't know much about it. It was given to me. It was crossed with Slimer wood, and it is the dankest dank that I've ever smoked. Really, it's really. I've been growing this for like 4 years. It's like the the mainstay. Like I run out of this every single time, and all the other stuff. I like to try new stuff. So like this is actually a baby. So I was growing booty shorts from Mr. Trees, and I got some nanners at the end, and then I got a shitload of seeds. But this actually came up as a volunteer, and it's a beast. It didn't even veg for very long at all. It just friggin' blew up. It's only in a 30-gallon pot. Well, I say only. All the other ones are 45. So, but it's like the biggest plant in the room. And then this is Malawi Gold from Doc Ray. That's pretty good. And then got some little girls starting now. A couple of gas caps, which is sour diesel by I-95 by Skunk Tech. And then Eclectic Elegance, Black Lime Reserve. It's actually called Lime Breath Reserve BX1, which is the cross between Black Lime Reserve and Meat Breath number 5. And then I got a bunch of the ones I keep. That's about it. Right now, I'm looking forward to these diesel I-95.
Yeah. I've got the East Bay that we used 2 years ago as our male, and our cross is a Star Dog times I-95 times I-95D.
How's that?
Fucking awesome.
Yeah, it sounds like gotta be. I mean,
And I actually was able to hit it to our Ohio Lemon G, and everybody that we've given the plant to grow out has said that it's basically Lemon G with really heavy gas and burnt rubber.
nice. Sounds right up my alley.
Yeah, I'm just hoping, and from what they're telling me, though, it did stack a lot more trichlomes. And since it's a little bit bigger of an open bud structure, I think it'd be a great washer, especially with that lemon terp.
Yeah, that Copper Mountain Slimer wood is like the gassiest, funkiest, like wicked lime. Like I've never had Black Lime Reserve. I'm assuming it's quite limey, but because everybody uses it to process to get lime. But I don't know, this thing, I call it copper wood, but it is fire. I'm loving it. We got a 28 degrees. I'll flip on my camera. So I'm outside. It was 80 today here. It's gonna be 28 on Wednesday night. It's gonna rain all day tomorrow. I work every day but Sunday, like full time. I run a business. Hardware store. I listen to Bud talk about hardware stores and money all the time. And God, Bud, if you only knew, man. If you only knew. Like we pay so much more than like some other people pay. I'm a independent. I'm my 4th generation. My great grandfather started it. It's just like it's impossible. Like the prices you're talking about, like I guarantee you that at that age they're paying way more. They're not robbing you. I doubt it. Because I'm telling you, like there's stores that'll get it for cheaper though. So you just gotta shop there, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's bad though. It's so bad right now. I'm closing the store. I'm in the process. I'm starting to. I do worm castings, like, and I'm actually gonna start a pretty decent size operation at the basement of the store. I got 100 gallon. Should be all right now. Yeah, I got some life in there, but I haven't got them in a while. You know, I got so much of it. I did like 200 gallons over the summer. I got a little baby Malawi gold going. It's almost November. I can't believe this thing's not brought it up, but it's ready to come in. I got too much to do. And this is one of those Fire OG by pt2. It's like dying on the line here, but yeah, I'm closing up that store, and I'm gonna start up some stuff here with the worm casting and probably some organic amendments and stuff. I do some consulting for people, like friends and stuff, for free, and they're all telling me I should go out and help people like locally just freaking grow herbs. I got a couple friends that are older, like in their 70s. I set up pots for them with living soil in their backyard, and literally they just watered them, and they had some really nice plants this year. They're like, you could charge $1,000. I'm like, I don't want to charge money for that, really. I just like helping my friends, you know. Once it becomes a job, I'm afraid to go cut into the passion.
Actually, no. When you kind of make that switch over into like consulting and helping people out on a week, because I visit gardens on a weekly basis. 1 day a week I show up. And, you know, even doing the consulting, it's still enjoyable to go into each and every farm.
Yeah, I would
and then
enjoy
even
that
to
part
come
of it.
home, even coming home and having to do my shit too, it's still enjoyable.
Yeah, I can imagine
because
that. I mean, I'm used to waiting on people all day long, like hand and foot, like everything's been basically fucked. I got one other employee. We used to have 6. It's me and this girl, and we just like all out all the time. It's slow, but there's only 2 of us, so it doesn't seem slow. But all I do all day is help people fix all their shit, and they don't even spend any money, which is like, I've been doing this for 35 years. I'm like so burned out. It's not even funny.
Well, maybe if you got paid, it would change something mentally for you that would be like, hey, I'm actually worth something now that I'm getting money in my bank account for this. This actually makes me feel good again.
So I got a big building. I got a 5,000 square foot hardware store that basically it's a hardware and paint store, but all we sell is paint. I'm going to keep selling paint, keep that going. And I was planning on doing some like organic amendment online. Just buy, you can buy a 4x4 tote of a few different things like rock dust, because I got my worm castings. Like I've heard Bud talk about the guy in Sonoma where it was just worm castings and rock dust, and he made a good living for himself, Just do that, something like that, it seems so much more enjoyable. I'm almost 50 and I'm burned out, It's not making enough money either. My old man had a heart attack 2 years ago and a stroke, and he died basically for 22 minutes, and they brought him back, and he was like a control freak, so I didn't really know much about what went on behind the scenes. I just explore my whole life and then figure everything out on my own. It's just that we got a lot of competition. They just dropped an ace on one side of us and Abishon on the other. I'm just a little guy, Our store's not even online. It's like a mom and pop from the 70s, an old wood creaky floor, I'm like, I could make so much more money out of this building if I was doing something to do with gardening.
Do you have any of like old signs from like the 50s, 60s, 70s from the hardware store?
I collect that stuff too. I love that shit. I just picked up an ice chest from the 20s. The thing is absolutely gorgeous. I've never seen anything like it. It's in my shed. It's hard because I can't fit it in my house. It's huge. It's like so. It's a funny story about that. Is the reason I picked it up is in 1939 or somewhere around there. My great grandfather came over from Marcella, Sicily, and they only had ice boxes there. They didn't have refrigerators. He came here, and we had here. They had refrigerators. You know, the old square one, the little round thing on top. Cooled it. The first ones that came out, rigid airs, and
Yeah.
He's like, well, we don't have these in Sicily, so he exported them to Sicily, and that's how we got the money to start the hardware store. So I thought that was pretty cool. I was like, I gotta get ice boxes. That's like what started the whole store, you know.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. It's kind of sad.
American success story.
Yeah, well, sort of. It's basically it got. I took it over when everything's fucked. The world's fucked. Inflation and the weather here has been
internet.
Dude, I'm a paint store and it's been raining all the time of year. I'm sure you about the rain around here. It's been crazy. Last winter was so mild, we didn't sell anything. Ice melt and shovel, nothing. For like the first time ever. So it's just the universe and everything telling me to go in a different direction. It's funny. I just looked up at the sky, and I'm not religious. I'm spiritual, but I looked up at the sky and I was like, when my father had his heart attack, I said, if I'm supposed to be there, make this easy for me. If I'm not, make it impossible. It's been impossible. So I'm like in the process right now of getting out of that. But I'm like, I just don't want to. That's why I don't want to show my face till I get out of there, shut that down, and start doing my thing. And then I want to get on the, FCP and meet people and tell people what I do. Because I've been making worm castings for a while. My mother owns a horse farm, and she doesn't feed her horses any vermicides or anything. Like healthy, retired racehorses. So it's like all her waste I can turn into money. I've been selling it for a couple of years now, but it's all word of mouth, and I'm always out. That's the problem. I mean, I've turned down so many sales. It's ridiculous. It's just like I'm always out. I have it. I'll make a couple hundred gallons, and somebody's like, "Oh, I need 25 gallons." I'm like, "Oh shit!" I mean, I did make it to sell it, but I use it too. I use it all the time. I had 13-foot tomato plants with like 40 tomatoes on them this year. Everybody's telling me all their gardens failed. I'm like, I've never seen anything like this. I didn't even have to water. It rained all summer.
Awesome.
But, yeah, it's good stuff.
Sounds like that's your new direction.
Actually, I'm just I was an addict. Ended up getting sober. I did what Bud. We got a lot in common when it comes to that. I did AA for a bunch of years and tried those dead sober. As a matter of fact, I didn't smoke weed for 14 years. I fucking grew weed and when I was a kid and smoked it, like, in my closet. It never came out good. I grew up, moving it and all that, hustling. And then when I was 28, I was like a DJ and started raving. Ended up getting all effed up on the crack and the coke and all that shit and the ecstasy and, all of it. I probably shouldn't be saying that. I don't want you to get flagged, but it's old stuff. But so, yeah, all that shit. And then it's funny because during COVID, when COVID started, I was going to AA before that. When COVID started, they shut the meetings down. So I was like, I don't fucking need this shit anymore. So I started growing. And man, oh man, you got more. It's the best therapy. It's like healed me. It's hard to be healthy. Like so I started with, salts and I did one run and I was like, what this is fucking impossible. I'm like, this is ridiculous. I'm like, this is way too much to do. Like, this doesn't even make sense. It's like, gotta be an easier way. And I started researching living soil and stuff. I realized and then water and everything. I was like, why aren't these plants healthy? And then I start feeding them healthy stuff and then they're healthy. So then I'm like, I wonder if I eat healthy food, if I'll get healthy. You know, just like, and then I'm like, what? How come I never figured that out before I started growing plants? I never grew vegetables. Like, I got a crazy garden now. Like, I love it. Like, I haven't. It's all I ate all summer. It's just wild how you can how it can heal you. You know, it's good stuff. I listen to the show every day. I get work and stuff. So I feel like I know you guys. I'm like a
I'm
lurker.
glad you came on, and your story's inspirational to me. Like, yeah.
Yeah, no.
I was thinking when you're talking, like, yeah, hardware stores used to be like a pretty common thing. Now they're like, I'm pretty much trying to run a hardware store is like,
dude, it sucks.
like you, yeah, even though it's, yeah, it should be a viable thing. Like,
You
somehow
look
it's
up,
not.
if you look up like the stats, I didn't know this. I mean, if I knew this, I probably wouldn't have done it. But if you look it up, like the average owner of a hardware store makes like 50 grand a year. I mean, right now, you can't live on that. I own my own house. Like, I don't have any money. That's why I got to get the hell out of this thing. Plus, I own the building with my father. So, like, worst comes to worst, I can shut it down. We can rent the building for 10 grand a month. I'll make 4,500 a month. I get the same amount of money and I won't have to work. It's like, it's a fucking no brainer. I'm killing myself. Yeah. Like, it's absolutely insane what I'm doing. Like, I'm running a business doing everything with one other person. Like, that the business has never had less than 5 employees, but I'm like, I got to make some fucking money. I fired all the kids who sit around and do nothing. I'm like, fuck this girl. I'm like, I'll give you extra money if you make money. If you can't do it, we'll hire someone. And we've been fucking making money now, but I work. That's all I do. It's like, no life at all, dude. I'm so envious. So, like, I'd love to be able to go to a show or something. You know what I mean? Like, I listen to Bud. You go to a lot of shows and shit. And shit's awesome. Did you ever go to any fish shows at all, Bud? I miss the Dead.
I go to fish shows and listen to. I follow fish too.
Did you go to Swago?
No.
I was just wondering because a lot of the Dead people kind of hopped right over at that time because it was right.
Yeah, I wasn't really the hop over type, but over the years, I like fish. I like their shows too.
I like their sound.
Some nights are.
I'm an audiophile, so I like their sound guy. Their music sounds absolutely.
Yeah. No, they got all like.
Unbelievable.
They definitely like invested in having like the best technology and the best sound, best lights. Their lighting show, that CK5 they call him or whatever. Yeah, he's on another level, man. But then he has the budget. That's like,
because of the
you know, they're willing to still, like, a lot of tours especially when they're established like that. Yeah, the less they spend on the show, the more they make, right?
Right.
Yeah, Fish still is spending. Like, they do some pretty nice lighting at the top level sound. Yeah, they're definitely
I worked at that show in Fuego. That's why I asked you. I was there, and I got to stand on the stage on window pane acid, and I was watching 100,000 people bounce up and down and bounce around the room. It was just like, I was like, this is what it feels like to be a rock star. It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
But yeah, I worked for a pre-production, and then we stayed for the show, and then we were supposed to clean up, but Woodstock was going on in Rome, and there was like a riot going on, so we all went over there to try to see what the hell was going on, and it was just like a mess over there. I don't know if you remember that. Like,
yeah, no, I actually, there's like a documentary that came out. I watched that, like, we went into everything, the decisions that the promoters made, each day of it, how it progressed.
They didn't have any water, dude. They ran out of water.
Yeah.
Full. It was crazy.
Exactly.
Yeah, that was a disaster. Somebody obviously whoever had something that to do with the production of that was obviously in it for the money because they skimped on
Well,
all.
and part of that thing showed that was like like nobody
Somebody
puts
made a
on a
lot.
show like it, like, and just wings it anymore. Everything's controlled now, right? Where that was the last of that era where, yeah, it all sounded good, but when things started to
But
go wrong, they didn't make the right decisions and didn't have the right assets.
Right.
Because
exactly, you
when
know,
you put
you had
100,000 people together, that's why ultimately we don't see that much. But like during the 80s, 90s, oh, there were massive shows with hundreds of thousands of people, right? Some went good, a couple went bad.
It's
Now,
just funny
oh
because
no,
you want to
like
know what's funny
even
is we,
the biggest shows are in these like controlled arenas or stadiums, and like, yeah, as much as it seems like there's a lot of people there, oh, they're in complete control of you. But I remember when I was young, being in these places where there were so many people that there's like power in numbers, right? And whenever a crowd realizes that, well, things can get fun or they can get crazy.
yeah, well, that's the thing. So we were at the fish show like 30 minutes away, and we had over 100,000 people. The worst part about that was the only bad thing that happened there was the cars. It was so hot, all the cars ended up overheating on the highway. Everybody had to like leave their cars and like walk. So literally, all the cars were freaking overheated on the highway. It was crazy. So people were like coming in wicked late and shit. And then when we went over to Rome, it was like, it's a fish show, dude. Totally different vibe, obviously. I mean, everybody was having a great time. It was freaking awesome, And in the meanwhile, in Rome at Woodstock, it was like all hell is getting, breaking loose. They're like, because it was alcohol.
Well, and drugs, and it was
And
like
drugs.
even
Right.
that thing I saw went into like, well, what did you expect when you had this act, this act, this act, this act, and
Right.
even at the end when the things really kicked off? Wait, I forget the name of the band, but
Slipknot,
like,
there were a whole bunch
or
of.
yeah, but like, oh, maybe they egged it on a little, or they definitely
Corn.
saw that it was past the point of, and we're fine with it, and even the late night rave things where like, oh, there was like mass, like, what do you call it, like a lot of rape going on, right?
Oh
And
yeah, I was doing
there's
that.
just these horrific stories. Even at the end, what I felt the worst for is like, yeah, when all that went down, all the people that were vendors that had been working the event all these days had built up all this cash or had whatever merchandise left. Yeah, they all got like, that was the first thing that happened, is they basically like pillaged all that real quick, like, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, big crowds can get dangerous, especially if the vibe. Oh, there was a lot more to it, because that thing also pointed that it was like the time we were in the world was
Oh
like,
yeah.
there was all this other shit going on, and like,
Yeah.
yeah, it just triggered this. Yeah, because that was pretty
No,
bad what happened there.
it was like, I think it was like the worst ever for any kind of music festival. Like other than
Yeah.
other than what
Well,
happened in Vegas.
I think that changed. Like, oh yeah, there's been events, but oh, they approach them way different since then. Like,
Oh
oh,
yeah.
nothing like that's gonna happen again. And if it did, yeah, well, like even the thing is that was the original guy from the original Woodstock, but he was like older and more part of this team. And then, oh, it was John Scher, who I know John Scher because like back in the 80s, as far as concerts went, you had Bill Graham Presents, and he did everything on the West Coast promotions, and you had John Scher, and he did all the East Coast tours. Like he was a big player in music promotions. And yeah, the staff they put together, like everything that was Oh, it was a disaster waiting to happen, and the perfect storm happened.
Yeah, it was pretty
Yeah.
good. We thought we were gonna go make a bunch of money cleaning it up, and it was so bad. We just left. We just turned around and left. I mean, it was bad. It was a fucking mess. I mean, the way it goes when you work for those guys is we just work for like 3 weeks, and then you come home and you get a check for $2,500 because they let you work 36 hours straight and shit like that.
Yeah. It's
Why?
not a lot of that life isn't. Yeah, it's fun. It might seem fun, but oh no, it's a grind.
Oh yeah, especially if you're not like if you don't have any skills, it's really bad because they get a lot of kids that come in and they need people like direct. I just directed people on shit to do. I wasn't doing any of the work. They're building a wall of like 100,000 people with a bunch of high school kids that saw a flyer on the bulletin board in their high school, like come work for Fish,
Well,
But
over the years, I had certain friends that would cross over, and next thing you know, they got a job somehow, right? Now, I remember at the time being like, yeah, because most of those jobs meant, oh, as much as they worked there and this and whatever, oh, they didn't get to see the show because, oh, they were stationed over here or there, right? But then a couple of my friends stuck with it, and then so many years later had gone up the ladder and had like full careers. Like even when the Dead broke up, they got pension money when they dissolved everything. My one friend that became head of merchandise, Brian, right? But those first 4 or 5 years, I remember seeing him at the show or whatever and realizing, he has a job, even though he's here, he's not able to like go to the show. You know what I mean?
right.
Like, most jobs don't involve going to the show.
So that
Even if you're merchandise, you're stuck in the back hallway at your booth, you're not really at the show,
right, you're working, right. That Fish show, you were talking about how much like money is behind it. So we had to build them a house for their families. They all stayed in the same house. We were there for 2 weeks. We built them a house in 2 weeks, and like we had to put a lawn in, everything, above ground pool. It was insane, dude. I don't know how much money they spent, but it was a lot of money. And then after the show, they burnt the house down. It's insane.
Yeah, well, rock and roll, went through like different eras as far as how the money got spent, money involved, and even though money's bigger than ever now, it's not like, they don't waste any. Like it's become a it's a business.
Right.
There's always a time in certain bands' career, certain eras. Like I think we live in an era where, those days, are over.
Yeah, it's definitely not. The world is definitely different.
Even this thing, I can't quote the numbers exact, but they're massive. Like, oh no, now that it's like it got estimated a little higher, and so Taylor Swift, who's on the break, and then she does a few Europe dates, and then an added US part. It's gonna 1.8 billion is what that tour's worth or something. And I remember seeing a thing that said that depending on the night, she makes like between 7 and 10 mil per show, which I remember going, holy shit. But then when you think, 1.8 billion, if that's the revenue of the tour or whatever, I guess giving her 10 a night ain't that much, right? Like when you switch over to billions from millions, that's 1,000 million,
It's a lot it's a lot of millions.
Giving her 7 million for the thing beyond her crew and this, that, and the other. like, yeah, she's breaking all records as far as highest paid, most money revenue.
Is that just
all-
live performance tickets? Or does she
Yeah,
sell
that's her.
like
Some of the things,
pay
like
per
I
view
had
or
a few
something?
friends that are just total concert people, so they went up in Seattle. Like I had no interest. Even when I
Yeah.
seen all these clips that my
Oh.
friend posted, I did not know not one song. Even though like
Yeah.
every song of hers is some big hit or something. I know music. I never heard any of them. I was like, I mean, they seem halfway catchy, or I don't get it, right? But
Yeah,
um,
Swifties.
like even I guess it's that show in Seattle. They registered in the seismic thing that at one point the crowd inside the stadium made a 2.3 earthquake. 2.3,
Huh.
Get out of
right?
here.
Like, yeah, no, that's what they say. Now, today when they say all this shit that flies over the internet and everywhere else,
Right.
yeah, I'm past the point. Like, okay, that's what they said. But like at this point, who the
Yeah.
fuck knows? Anyone can
right.
say
Right,
anything,
right, right.
and it's yeah. Did some seismic place verify that? And then, no, that sounds like far fetched, but it sounds good on the reels. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But I wonder if that's just live tickets for people that are there and not
Well,
pay
the
per view,
event,
anything virtual.
you got to remember that. Oh, they're selling a grip of high end merchandise. There's money splits
Like all that
everywhere,
too, yeah.
and the tickets, I guess, were like the highest priced on average, right? Like, no joke, you had to spend a lot of money to get good seats or even shitty seats. Um, a dying market is like scalpers. Scalpers used to be, like people could do it at all levels, right? But the internet and just the way the concert world's gone, scalping is kind of like, yeah, it's not the good old days for that business. But her tour generated like legit profits from in ticket resale, which like very few tours in recent years like
It's,
really have that kind of demand where tickets are sold out and people are willing to pay whatever to get them.
I just heard about OnlyFans being like the top people is like Black China, and it's
Yeah,
like
no,
some
I
like
don't
$35
understand
million
how all
a
that
year.
works.
Wow.
Or-
Even the only way I like this weird reality is I watched this guy who's the guy that walks up to people in like super expensive cars and say, "Hey, what do you do for a living?" And like half the cute chicks basically say, "Oh, OnlyFans," and they're driving like a, you know,
Huh.
$3, $5, $600,000 car,
But
right?
the
I'm thinking,
the
what
top
the
people,
fuck? How
I
do
don't think it's anything
I can
sexual, is it?
understand
The
making
top
some
people.
money, but like some of these people make so much money. But like then again, that guy Mr. Beast, he has 200 million followers, and like he thinks that his company's worth like 20 billion. Like he's turned down anything less than that, right?
He
And he
wasn't in the
makes a
top
lot
10.
of money, like off YouTube and whatever. Like yeah, 200 million followers, and that makes you worth X amount of money. Like that's a weird reality, right? Considering all
Expand.
what does he
He can get
really
bigger.
do? Is like what he gives away money, right? Or some weird like
Yeah, I don't
it's like the
understand.
goofiest thing ever, right?
Yeah.
But somehow, he's got like, yeah, 200 million followers equals you're rich as fuck. Okay.
So and that's just followers. So OnlyFans, you get subscribers that pay monthly subscriptions,
Yeah.
and that's how.
Well, like just over, like, I sometimes watch my friend Clutch and just different Instagram circles I've run in. There seems to be these cannabis girls that are cute and all that pop onto like people's Instagram basically to promote their OnlyFans, right? Like, yeah, it seems like that's just a honorable way. I don't know if it was my daughter, I'd have a big problem with that. But I guess in today's world, that's like, yeah, it's okay. It's like, oh, if men are willing to pay you, we live in a weird time. That's all I gotta say. Because like, there's extremes to like the direction that we're in. Like, because OnlyFans is like, yeah, there's no shame in being an OnlyFans model or whatever you call it. Oh, hey, all the power to them, right?
Yeah, these top ones though, they're not sexual though, right? That's or am I
No.
wrong about that?
Well, okay, that Black
Like Black
China was like a
China.
reality star that was
Oh.
married briefly in celebrity. She had some celebrity TMZ thing from like years ago. And so I can't imagine it, but you're right. She's the top. Yeah, but I saw a thing where like she says her thing is only like X amount per month. Like she explains that, oh, she makes a lot, but part of it is it's only like whatever per month. But if you have X amount of million people, oh, it's easier to get 99 cents out of them than 10.99. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like that's what I saw a clip where she explained, or it was like about her being the top earner, and her, yeah, she's using like this math that like somehow she's got huge amount of OnlyFans people, and they pay like, but it's a low amount. I might be wrong about the 99 cents a month, but it's low, but it adds up. Because with
Yeah,
the
it
thing,
does.
she jokes about it. Because like, oh, okay, that's X amount per month, and then there's 12 months in a year. So, oh, it's a cool, like, seems like easy money, right? Like, if you could become something on YouTube or one of these social things that you get massive amounts of money for basically some of your time and content, right?
Well, some
I
of
mean,
the
I think
guys
there's,
that do like the coin ones, you can donate through like a super chat. And when they do live shows with their subscribers, the subscribers will donate to them. And a lot of them, what they'll do is every $100 in donation, they'll like do a duck race for 1 ounce of silver.
yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ingenious things. I think we're at a point in it, though. A lot of the people that we tout that found this big success were like at the right place at the right time with their, like, seems to be a gimmick or like a, good idea. But, and now there's like 10 million people all thinking that they can create that themselves, where, oh, it's really about being at the right place at the right time, right? Like a lot of them, like, oh, they had an idea, and it caught on real quick, But it isn't like a lot of young people think that their way to become successful and make money and is through that, like as a dream. Like, oh, when
Bitcoin.
people are young, they think you're going to be a rock star athlete or famous, right? Today, Instagram famous, or not Instagram necessarily, but like social media. Oh, there is a formula, and some people have like struck it rich, with like the simplest of ideas, asking people what they do for a living in an expensive car. That guy makes a lot of money because he has like fucking a lot of followers. And he just hangs out in this one area in Beverly Hills or whatever, where, yeah, that's where all those people with those cars go, Rodeo Drive area, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
He doesn't. They don't even really show off the car that much. At least in the ones I've seen, just a little bit.
No, I mean,
Lately, it's been
under the hood.
people's houses.
Yeah, some of
Yeah.
these are like, okay, but then how enjoy it while it's here, because longevity with something like that, yeah, I don't like, they're all like little trends. Like a couple years from now, yeah, people are over that. What's next? Like that's even like, because I saw a whole interview with that Mr. Beast guy, and like he explains what he doesn't have sponsors anymore because he opened up his own companies, right? He sells chocolate bars, he sells cookies, and he sells like a few things that are his brand. And yeah, because he's realistic that the keeping that many views and keeping these stunts going isn't, and you can't do that forever. So he's trying to parlay his success now into like more solid businesses, right? Okay, he's a pretty smart guy. I mean, like he's intriguing to me in a way because, oh yeah, he struck it. He was just this goofy kid. If you look at his first like things he posted, but somehow he like, yeah, his goofy like ideas of giving a, like, oh, there's a whole genre of people at different scales that give stuff away, right? Like that's their little stick on YouTube, or right? They like they go up to people and offer them money or something. You know what I mean? Like,
I follow this guy that's out in New York City, and he goes out on the street with like ounces of gold and ounces of silver and tries to hand it to people. And you don't, everybody's just like, why you bothering me? Like looking the other way. And he's trying to hand them like $2,000 worth of gold.
NYC tracks. That guy gives a
Yeah.
lot of
well,
money to anybody. They
like
don't take
here's
it.
another thing about Mr. Beast. Go and try to do something at a Walmart as far as like make content and see how far it is before you're kicked out of there. Okay. Like, so the fact that from the beginning, he seems to have like a green light at Walmart. Oh, that like, yeah. And how, of course, that propelled you to 200 million viewers. Because that's where he gives away most. If you're ever expecting to have him give you $100,000, it's in a Walmart.
Well, maybe he's got a backdoor deal with Walmart.
Oh no, he does. Yeah.
No, you're the only one. We'll let it slide. And
okay,
here's
so
$1 million.
at the
$2 million.
Walmart, like 2 months ago, they gave away. You could pick one of his chocolate bars. Okay, and there's one called the Nuts. There's one that's plain chocolate, and there's the Crunch bar. It's called something else, but it's like the Crunch bar, like the old Nestle's Crunch, which that used to be my favorite candy as a kid. Came in foil. The chocolate was good. The crunch, I love that candy. I don't know what year, but they reformulated the Nestle's Crunch. That's like that. Those are nasty, right? The Mr. Beast. Oh, that fucking thing reminded me of the original Mr. Crunch bar, right? It was good, right? So the other
Yeah.
day I was at the store, and no, they were on the sale. They're on sale, so it was two of them for $5, like $2.50 each. But then I realized today, when I like pretty much ate almost the whole bar, it's not much bigger than the dollar size crunch bar. The like it's bigger, but it's not like, oh, in that category of the $2.50 bars, a lot of them are big, like 8 ounce, whatever. I don't know the size, but you get a good amount of. Oh, his isn't that big, but it's fucking good. I'd have to say that.
Oh,
But
I tried to
yeah.
get I'm pissed off at this guy. I went on Marketplace and we can't get those chocolate bars here in Canada. But I did find a guy on Marketplace that had them. And I said send a message to the guy, arranged everything is set up to pick up 2 bars of these nuts. Yes, you heard
Yeah.
it right. These
I
nuts.
thought of you when I saw the D's nuts. I did think of you, but I don't like nuts in my bar. I like crunch.
Yeah. But the guy flopped out. He said he'd give them away. He sold my bars. I was pissed off and I reported him. I bitched him out.
Well,
So if
try it.
anybody can get a couple bars of D's nuts, get them on over to Canada to D so he can
yeah,
have his nuts back.
even though sending to Canada is like a whole pain in the ass, like
Yeah.
2 chocolate bars, come on. That's
I'm not
easy
gonna
shit.
speak too early, but I might remember to pick up a couple because I brought it up. And hey, like I think 250, or I don't know what the retail is, but whatever. Yeah, no, that's you don't even get that much chocolate for it. But it was pretty good. I have to give him that much.
Yeah.
Motherfucker.
Well, even in that interview, he said that why he went after chocolate, that for 100 years in the United States, there's only 4 chocolate companies. He said it's Nestle, it's Roach that makes
Willy
those,
Wonka.
and one other European one. They're
The Mars, maybe.
Hershey.
I think that's owned by Hershey, whatever. They're conglomerates, but there's Hershey, there's Nestle, there's 2 other ones.
Wonka.
And
Willy Wonka.
and there hasn't been like, oh, they've bought up all the smaller brands. That's there used to be independent candies, but for the most part not. It's those brands. And that he felt that was like where there was like room to build. Yeah, he's a pretty smart guy. He had the money. Like, if you're going to throw X amount of money and expect to make what, and why he chose the chocolate space is because, yeah, he thinks that it's time for somebody to give competition to those companies.
Yeah, another brand famous guy is Nello, who has some candy bars out there, chocolate bars. They're pretty good. Nello bars. Nello.
Or Nello wafers.
Yeah, no, these are.
No, those are Necco wafers.
Marshmallow.
They're kept in the
marshmallow.
cold. They're kept in the cold section usually. It's got this whole story to go with it, like about his grandmother or something. But they're good. Expensive, but yeah, they're good. But I can see that being another thing like tequila, A lot of famous people.
Well,
got into
ultimately,
known
all those things, and
brands.
even how those brands control the space is, yeah, they have control of the rack that holds the candy, and there's no room for anything but their stuff in it, right? That's like where it's not like, oh, to get shelf space and to get that's where the game is won and lost.
Yeah. Just marketing.
And
Yeah, like
distribution.
that's why the products have gotten to be pretty limited. You go to the grocery store and it's like, yeah, they did, this is all they really sell. It used to be, oh, there was 5 or 6, 7 different brands. Now it's just these 2 brands, you know, and the generic brand. And then you find out, oh, that's really this company. They just make that too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the way,
Conglomerates.
that's the way everything goes. It's all the tool companies, same
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
That's what we gotta stop it from going with the cannabis, you know. But there's no stopping it.
Well, even when it first happened, I remember reading a thing, or maybe I watched it. It was like the stockholders meeting for Scott's Miracle Grow or Scott's brand, which is really owned it's owned up the ladder. I think it's actually at this point owned by Bear. But they were like, this
I
is
think it's
after they
Ortho.
just acquired General Hydro, right? And then basically in that stockholders meeting, and they had a term for it, but they were speaking of Lowe's and Home Depot, right? And yeah, that if you realize, like, Home Depot, you don't have much choice at Home Depot. Like a lot of these brands own things on every shelf, and they would rather have one supplier, GE or whoever, and sell every product of theirs for it's like one account, rather than to have business with each individual thing that might make a better product, right? No, you're stuck with like that's the one thing over the years. I mean, Home Depot's what it is, but yeah, you don't really have choice at Home Depot. Like,
Right, I don't have
Order it
choice.
on the internet. You can get any
Like-
specialty
like-
item on
I buy from
yeah, like
I buy
from
from a
Home
company
Depot though.
called-
Like you'd have to go pick it up in store.
I buy from a
Yeah,
company called Orgo, and I can only get what they have in the warehouse, and that's it. So like you said, they only have Sylvania light bulbs, so that's all I can get in my store, unless I want to start going and buying other places. But then it just becomes, it's just a lot more work. I mean, you could do it, but you just carry one brand, and it is what it is. And then they're like, some brands you have to, like Benjamin Moore. We sell Benjamin Moore. We can't sell any other paint. We have a contract with them. You know what I mean? Like, we have to follow their rules if we want to sell their paint. It's just the way it is. But it's not like it
well,
used to be.
I
Warren
can tell you, you know, in my town, I've lived here 22 years. It was Joe's Hardware, and it was like nostalgic because it had a gardening center and everything, but it was a classic hardware store.
Yeah, it's like
And
mine probably.
in the back part of it, there's every nut, bolt, washer in all these little drawers. Okay.
Oh yeah.
And I don't even know if that guy still works there. I don't.
But he knew where everything was.
Yeah. Right.
Everything.
And then, it's going on some years now. Ace bought Joe's Hardware, right? Yeah, then you know what? They still have that section in the back, right? Right. And now I'd have to say overall they improved the store. The store has more things and it's better run.
Yeah,
right?
it's a big company. They have buying power. They have
But
advertising programs. Like
a few times I'm there, I always see that there's these older people usually in the back digging through these drawers trying to find the exact nut washer. And a lot of these are nuts that have different threads, and they're whatever you need. You know the game.
Oh yeah.
You can't. That's not what's at Home Depot. Even though there's this huge selection of nuts and stuff. Oh no, it's just the shit they want to sell you, right? They like a lot of things.
That's actually a good way to get business though. If you have a good selection of that stuff, people come from very far. We have a really, really big selection and a great reputation.
But like I remember when you came on, you said that you're always helping people basic, like, yeah, because somebody
You-
comes in and says, "Oh, look, I got this. Whatever.
Oh God, let me
Can
give you an
we try to
example, bud. I'll
right?"
give you an
Which,
example.
like,
So-
that used to be, but like, even though they have all those people at Home Depot, I remember when Home Depot first opened, they used to hire people that actually knew what the fuck
Oh yeah,
they were like. Like, I remember you went to the electrical thing, and the guy actually knew fucking everything.
but
Oh,
they had
those
one
days.
license. They had one licensed electrician on every shift and a licensed plumber, and they don't do that anymore. So like you can go in and
Yeah.
you get
Yeah.
it's like a retired licensed electrician, a retired licensed plumber, HVAC guy. They have everything. But yeah,
I
so
mean,
you know,
even that company, like, yeah, when it first came around, yeah, it had like a better business model, and then it became the biggest mamma jamma you could ever imagine, and yeah, it's not really. Yeah, you miss the hardware store.
so listen to this, bud. I'll give you an example. So first of all, today a lady came in and she wanted a trash barrel, like for inside her house. And you know, we don't have much. We're a small store, so we got a few different things to choose from. And one of them is like a step on. You step on it, it opens up. And she's like, "Oh, that's neat. Can you put it together for me?" So I'm like, "Yeah, no problem." You just pop the lid on, you know. And then she's like, "Oh, I need some bags too." So I said, "Yeah, they're right here." You know. She's like, "Oh, could you get them?" Sure. She goes, "Could you open them for me and put one bag in the barrel?" I'm like, "I'm not fucking kidding you." I'm like, "Yeah, sure." Like, you know. So that's one example. That was today. 2 times this week, people came in with broken Halloween, like a little like lantern with a little light socket, and I'm taking the cord apart, and I'm like, it's like a cord switch on it that wasn't working. So I'm like, and it didn't even need a new one. It wasn't like connected right. So I take it apart, I put it back together, the thing works, and you know they don't buy anything, and I'm with them for 20 minutes. It's like absolutely insane, and like helping all these people. I'm so sick of it. I've been doing it for 35 years. Actually, I moved out to California to
But
get so.
in some ways, that there is this like karmic payoff of that, right?
Well, there is,
like
but
somewhere,
not
like,
anymore.
oh, you said you've been doing it for a lot of years, so there were probably years where you weren't so sick of it, right?
Oh,
That
you
you
should be
got
busy. We used
right
to be
helping
busy.
people. There's a reward in it, but I can see where, so many years later, and
I'm
business
bitter.
has changed.
I'm bitter. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm over it, especially when most people are like, yeah, they don't try to fix like some thing like that, right?
No,
Like
it's like
there's,
throw it away.
but there
I'm
are
telling you.
certain people that are that way, right?
But the lady came in, same thing the other day. She's like, "Can you open this and change the thing?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And I showed her how to do it. And she's like, "Yeah, I tried it. It didn't work." I said, "Well, the screwdriver wasn't the right size. It's too small, so it wasn't turning the screw." So she's like, "Oh, thanks so much." And I'm like, "So do you want to buy a screwdriver? So if you need to fix it, you'll have the right one." I said, "It's $2.99." She goes, "Well, I don't need it anymore." I'm like, you gotta be kidding me, you know? So we don't have an online
dealing with the public,
It's
there's like, I guess there's just certain people that are consumers. You have to, treat. But like, yeah, I see them sometimes when I'm out. There'll be the guy in front of you in line or something, and you'll like overhear and you'll be like, oh wow, that's ridiculous. But there are these people like that.
Yeah, we built this business on customer service, but we were the only gig in town. We were busy. Now they just dropped an Ace a mile away, and they dropped an Aubuchon. We got sandwiched right on the other side of us. It's an Aubuchon is a big hardware conglomerate. So they've been here for like 5 years, and their stores are online. So, and I live in a rich. I don't live there. The store is in a rich town, Massachusetts, and I'm talking like the cheapest house. I mean, it's just like California, Massachusetts. Cheapest house in the town is like 850 grand. It's like everybody makes 150, 200 grand a year, and these people are young, like computer people, and like they're in the tech industry, and they shop online. And there's Aces online, and they do pick up to store, and Aubuchon stores online. I'm just one store, one little guy whose dad had a heart attack, and I have no money. You know?
Yeah,
And
and one thing I noticed with the online thing is, oh, a lot of what they're selling online isn't even at the store, but they'll get it there. Like
right.
you're so then they have the access to basically sell everything,
But the
right? Because
people
like
don't have
even Home Depot, there's plenty of items I know they sell, but you got to order it and have it brought to the store. They don't have it at the store,
right.
right?
Right.
And
The
that's hard to
people
compete with.
it just sucks because the people that don't shop online come to my store, and they're the ones that need all the help, and they're not spending money. The people that are spending money are shopping online. I can't put my store online. I need to pay one person $100,000 a year just for IT. And never mind, like all the work, like they're changed. They just hook into the chain. They got one IT guy that does friggin' 1,000 stores. Make sure all the sites are up and running. I moved to California to get sober when I was 28. I lived in Dana Point. I went to this place called Shaggy's House, like a rehab on the beach. It was fucking awesome.
Yeah,
And,
I live close to there.
yeah, I used to go down to Oceanside and play poker every Sunday morning at
Yeah.
Ocean's
Well,
11.
I spent a lot of hours and days. I used to play 4-8 and 8-16 limit hold'em at Ocean's 11 for a long time.
I used to play
still
the
think about
Sunday
going down
morning
there.
$60 tournament there. I won it once.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah.
won one. It was pretty cool. But
I also have a few of my friends that work there, like
really?
still work there. Ken works as a pit guy, the pit boss or whatever, in the blackjack section. He doesn't work the poker section. He works the table games, they call it. And yeah, my other friend and customer, whatever, Danny, he's like a paid prop, but like only for like the bigger games. Like he puts up his own money, but he's in like the higher stake games, but they pay him.
Oh,
They pay him like a hourly wage, but really what it is they give him insurance and all that because he's an employee. And yeah, he's like a pro. Like, yeah, he has a house on the golf course, raising 2 kids, nice cars, everything. Basically sitting there playing like, oh, I'm the kind of guy that played off my feelings. He's the kind of guy that from years plays like math, like that's it.
All the
Like,
odds. Yeah.
And yeah, we used to talk poker a lot. He'd tell me why I could never really win because of the way I used to think about it.
Yeah.
Where he's the opposite, where he's like, and now it's years later, I stopped playing poker. And yeah, he's still like, I guarantee it. Friday night at this shift. A lot of times when the prop has to come in is to keep the game going late. Like, well, the later it gets, less people. So then they put a prop in there. Yeah, props are common, but usually they're lower stakes. Because yeah, he's one of the only people I know that like has he plays like $10,000-$15,000 out on the table, all this. He's getting paid like $20 an hour, but like it's really about the insurance, and he would be doing it anyway.
Right.
So yeah, he's raised his whole family from
that's wild.
Hustling poker.
Crazy.
But yeah, he has no aspirations bigger or become a bigger pro, all that. I've asked him about that. Because yeah, he just has this niche and he's happy in that niche. And like sometimes I don't play at the table, but I'll hang around, or when I'm there, there's these certain people like I've asked him, oh, what about that guy in seat 1 or whatever? Yeah, like his read on that guy is, yeah, he comes in on the weekends and basically is going to stick around till he gives them away like 20 grand, then he's going to leave. Like they're like rich guys from the area that aren't really there to win. Like, oh, if they go
Get
on a
away
little
from the
street,
light.
that's okay. But like Yeah, because he's like a pro there.
Yeah, those are the
Yeah.
hard to play again because they don't care about their money.
Yeah, hey, every once in a while the guy gets lucky and gets him. But over the long haul, because these are regulars that come every whatever night. And basically a lot of them are like they call them whales or whatever. They're like their mentality is that they're gonna lose this money and they come there, get drunk, have a good time, and get back in their car and go home perfectly fine that they lost like 15 grand at the table. Like they're not sweating it.
I was playing the one tournament with Ocean's 11. I didn't see a hand for like nothing at all. I changed tables, and the next hand at the table I was at hit a fucking jackpot. I would have got like 35, and it was like 110, dude. I'm like, I've never in my life changed the table again.
Dude, I played poker from like the time I was 20, and yeah, chase jackpots and knew people that won numerous jackpots and would be at this table when the jackpot was at this table, and I even in the last years I thought, yeah, it's my time. Like I've played so many hours and so much, right? No, I never even the small share, nothing. No jackpot for me.
I couldn't believe it.
That's a hard one to hit. Like you got to have like a royal flush beat 4 aces. I mean, it's like some ridiculous hand or aces full. It has to be beat.
Yeah, it was 8
using both cards. Like
it was 4 of a kind 8s beat. No, it was aces. Yeah, it was 4 aces. You had to beat 4 aces with a straight flush.
Yeah, I mean, some of places loosen or tighten but either way, a jackpot's like virtually impossible. It's like, and when you're playing, you don't realize that there's X amount of ante or blinds, but like part of that is $1 for the jackpot. So like the place makes a ton of money because when they finally pay out the jackpot, that's just a percentage of what they collected, right? Like
I knew there was a bunch of guys there that just went there just to sit there and put in the blinds when they could, when they had to, and they'd sit there just to play the jackpot. They'd go around.
Yeah, because there's table share. There's table share.
Sat there and read books and fucking tried to hit the jackpot.
I chased jackpots, and what would happen is certain games had their own jackpot denominations, and one game would be really high, like no one had hit the jackpot in a while. So then where normally there might be 2 or 3 tables of that particular game, the whole casino was full with like 15 tables all playing Omaha or playing something else because the jackpot was super high and everyone was there to hit the jackpot. And day after day would go by and the jackpot would just get higher, but like it wouldn't get higher when you realize, wait, 15 tables and they average X amount of collection. Like, the jackpot would go up 10,000, but they collected like 50,000 in that 24 hours of madness, right? So, and the casino loved that. Like, they would send out emails telling you, the jackpot's 100,000.
Yeah, they had big ones there, way more than Foxwoods. I got Foxwoods around right near me here. Jackpots.
Yeah, I chased jackpots, but like I say, you brought that up, and I realized, after all those years and hour after hour, I'd play all night long. Never hit a jackpot. They were all around me, not me.
Yeah,
I actually won a bad beat jackpot.
Yeah, that's what this is
I
called.
had four deuces to 4 sevens, and the guy hit the 7 on the last card.
The reason it's called bad beat is the big split like
you was
a
at the big
60,
time.
40, or I
Yeah.
think it's like there's a table share, but either way, one person gets a lot more than the other person. The person that got the bad beat gets the
Gets
bigger
50%.
money.
50%.
Yeah.
And then 30% goes to the guy who beat him, and 20% gets split at the table,
Yeah.
usually. But it's different in every casino. That was at Ocean's 11, if I remember correctly. It was 10 years ago, but
Yeah.
a
Well,
long ago.
that industry and those people are still gambling away. Like I imagine that Saint no, some of them were old, maybe are passed on, but when I used to go there a lot, most of the people I played with were regulars. Like, oh, that they were there all the time, just like I was there all the time.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
They were like
Yeah.
gamblers.
Same people would play the tournament every week too.
Well, I mean, I don't think I'm close to that, but I always visioned if I got old and lived in a pension, retired, like I'd want to live, because a lot of them lived close to the casino. They were like
In
living on
Carmel.
their retirement or whatever, and they were good enough at poker. They won a little, lost a little,
Right.
but they would eat and have a social life and
Yeah.
have like a whole. And if you love playing poker, shit, yeah, you can play poker for hour after hour. And yeah, if you're going to be old and retired, I'd be like, yeah, I wouldn't mind going out like that, playing like small poker all day long at the card club, not at the casino, because that he's talking about this place, Ocean's 11, that's like, it's not, they don't have slot machines and all this other bullshit. It's a card club,
Poker room with a couple
poker
tables.
room.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
We have one here in Boston. It's called it's an old Italian club. It's about a mile from my house. It's called the Dramatic Club. You got to be a member, and it's a bunch of degenerate fucking cash games with like $3,000 pots. You know, it's a bunch of degenerate kids. It's crazy. I don't even
Yeah,
go.
I remember the years and years of playing poker. I used to always think to myself, I would never meet such all kinds of people, walks of life. Well, they were all gamblers. They had that in common. But yeah, I used to think to myself, because I'm music scene, these certain people, cannabis scene, these people. No, at the casino, it would be sometimes I'd be friends or get to know people I would never ever thought I would ever talk to or have interaction with.
Absolutely.
Well, folks, on that note, I think it's time to wrap it up. It's 3:20 in the morning. Cheers, by the way.
Yeah, D, thank you for your takeover.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah.
Love
Yeah,
doing
thanks, dude.
Hopefully, I know Creamy will be back soon. I know that.
Does he have
Wow.
does he have plans to come back or?
Yeah,
Yeah, good.
yeah.
That's crazy shit, man.
Yeah, he's got a way to get home. That's good.
Hitchhike.
He seems so like nonchalant. He's like, you know, you can hear like bombs going off. He's like the cab guy,
Well,
like flying in this rental car and shit. He's like, yeah, no big deal.
I imagine with everything he went through or all that once he's home back in the Northwest there, home, he'll appreciate being home like on a level that, yeah.
And don't forget, too, he hasn't smoked any cannabis in a while either. So he's going to be like,
oh, he's going to be
tolerance break.
Yeah, he's going to enjoy that.
He's gonna smoke a joint and then end up. He's gonna have a drink, a joint, and he's gonna go to bed for about 2 or 3 days, probably.
Yeah. We won't see him till Tuesday or something. Who wants to start?
I will.
I'll go. It was nice to meet you guys.
Yeah, I'm glad you
Thanks,
came up.
Gordon.
The garden was great.
Thanks. I'll be back. I'm always listening. I'll talk to you guys later. Have a good night. Cheers.
Yeah.
Peace.
The garden grows. Come back anytime, my friend. You're
All
welcome.
right, brother.
Yeah.
As soon as I
Yeah.
get this all stuff settled out, I'll get on here with you guys face to face.
Cool.
Well, we're always here to hear what's going on. It was
All right, cool, man.
a
No, that's
pleasure.
cool. Yeah, you guys, it's nice to. It's actually I just work all day and basically I can come home and smoke weed and grow weed all night. I don't have any social life at all at this point. But yeah, it's nice to come on in. And Green Fingers was puffing a bowl. I was puffing a bowl with him. He didn't even know.
Yeah.
It's
All
nice.
right.
I'm usually I have friends come over once in a while, but only a couple people because obviously I got a lot going on here. But
Yep. I know
all right,
that.
guys. Captain, cheers, Green Fingers, Bud, and D. See you guys later, Dr. TGC.
Yeah. All right.
Do it.
And
Good night.
Peace.
I'll go
Peace.
next.
Bro.
All right,
Later,
Captain,
bud.
Good night.
Green Fingers, Jeff, of course, the zombie, these nuts. Have a good one. We'll see you on Tuesday.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Thanks,
bud.
bud.
Yeah, but
Thanks, D. I'll go next, I guess. I'll see everyone next time. Hopefully, Fumi might be here, or he'll have some good stories. Peace, everyone. Good night.
Peace, Jeff.
Shit. Green Fingers.
Well,
all right, everybody. Peace out. Thanks, D, for having us.
Yeah, man. We'll see you next time.
peace, Robert.
Peace out.
There it is.
Well,
Yeah.
thanks again, D.
Yeah,
for
buddy.
Another wonderful day. It started getting hot there at the end. Wow, I had to turn the fan on, but it
Wow.
was a beautiful day here. Thank you for allowing me to join you and Fumidor. Hopefully you'll be home soon safely.
Yeah, man.
And we'll get to hang out again, all of us. And, definitely looking forward to the next couple months here in Thailand, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Things
Yeah.
are going to get really interesting for me and a lot more busy. So,
Right
but,
on.
we're going to try to juggle a music festival and a trip to southern Vietnam in January and
Nice.
a whole bunch of plants.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, we're going to see how that's going to work out.
Yeah. Intense city.
So, well, I appreciate it. Thanks for having us all on. Everybody out in chat, have a good one.
Yeah, man.
Remember, stay safe, stay happy. If someone needs a helping hand, give them a helping hand. Peace.
Later, Captain. Thanks, buddy, for coming and hanging out.
Hey, by the way, thanks for that post.
Oh, yeah. No worries.
Yeah, I stole that from you and it got around pretty good. So we got
Yeah.
a great response and everybody understands what that means now. I think there was a lot of people out there that weren't quite sure.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
all right. Peace, brother.
Later, Captain. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's do a quick let's speak up a bit so you can hear me. Let's do our station event identification break, and then we can get on out of here. Let you get on with your night or your day, depending on where you are. Quickly say hi to everybody in a minute. So let's do this, keep going. Ladies and gentlemen, be sure to check out Fumidoro, Fumes the Gold, and all that good stuff to get yourself some awesome seeds, awesome genetics. He has a lot to choose from. Let's show you the seeds really quick. Like he has different packs. You got the Morgana. Sold out of that. like I always say, the Figment, it looks pretty sweet. Dark Lord, Oblivion, you can read, I guess. Gaffer tape, that looks interesting. Believe that's a Gorilla Glue crossed with a Coot special. But don't, like I said, don't hold me to it. Whew. Pacific for Days, I hear that's an upcoming. Picarus was sold out. See, it's so popular, sold out. Get the smaller pack, yo. We can get the baller pack, yo, yo, yo. I'll just quickly scroll down to my favorite at the moment of similar strains, the Lime River Rose. It's limey, it's delicious, it's citrusy, it's awesome. Pick yourself up some Lime River Rose or any other genetics here on Fumidoro.com. He also has merchandise up for sale. There he is right there, the man himself, Fumidoro. Be sure to check out Fumidoro. Get yourself some awesome merch for a good price too. Look at that. 1925, 1810. Who can't go wrong with that price, huh? And it's comfortable. It's awesome. Get yourself some awesome merch from Fumidoro.com. And like always, use the coupon code BRAINZ BRAINZ for a discount. And just so everybody knows, the discount will only work for the seeds. It will not work for the merchandise, and it will not work for Gage Green's genetics. And the side note, if you order seeds from Fumidor, there is going to be a waiting till Fumidor is back in his country. But for the shirts and any other merchandise, you can order it anytime and it will be shipped to you as soon as it's made. Because it comes from a different place. You don't have to see that. There we go. And like always, just another quick side thing here. Let me just quickly pull this up. Just a reminder that coming up is Halloween. And if anyone happens to see someone wearing or carrying a blue bucket like this, be sure to help them out. Give them some candy. That means there's a good possibility that the person is autistic and has autism. Now, they might not talk. They could be fully nonverbal, but make them happy. Give them a piece of candy, huh? It's Halloween. Well, that's it, everybody. That's the end of the show. Who's in the chat still? Garden Groves, Green Fingers, Mystic Root, Brilliant Roots, Christoph, Big Force Christoph. Who else is here? Dr. Dank, Han, Lars, Ultra, Love for the Plant, everybody in chat. Oh no, stay here, Kitty. I wanted to say goodbye with you. Aw. Anyways, I guess that's it. He's taking off. So I guess that means I'm taking off. I hope everybody has a great night, great rest of the weekend, great day, depending on where you are. Stay safe. Have something wonderful, like Fumidor says. And we'll see you on the next one, which would be Tuesday show, which will probably be another takeover until Fumidor gets back. Until then, keep your stick on the ice. And remember, if your women don't find you handsome, at least they find you handy. Have a good night, everybody. See you in the next one. Peace.